Well, good afternoon and hello, kids and cubs, and welcome to the monthly True North Eager Beaver PubCast for November 2024. Woo woo! Yeah. Ah, after a little bit of a hiatus because we didn't have one for October, so this is either the November or the October episode. We'll let you decide for yourselves which one you like. I am your host, the Eager Beaver, pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver, eh? And not with me as usual is my good friend, Mr. Grizzly, but bit of an upgrade if you ask me. Um, well, a little too much sausage in this party every now and then. Just saying. So, but we get today the lovely, the fantabulous, the spectacular, the bubbly, the effervescent Mademoiselle Fox.
Did you just say effervescence?
I
That is
said
awesome.
effervescent.
I will take that.
Effervescent. Yes, I do. A big thank you goes to our podcast founding sponsors, the Peppermaster, the Mystery Mysteries from Covered Moon Publishing, and CanadianTarot.com. Kids and Cubs, as you know, on PubCast Day, the rules are all pub chat, no politics. Mr. Grizzly also says no religion, but no politics. But we still ask our famous question, Mademoiselle Fox, how is your mental health doing today, Mademoiselle? Do you hear me? I don't think Mademoiselle Fox hears me.
There's a
Do
bit
you
of
hear me?
there's a bit of reverb on my end.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
I was well. In case you understand this, I was asking how your mental health is doing today.
You know what? I slept really well last night. I can hear you. I can hear you. There's still I think no, I can hear you.
Okay,
There's a bit of delay, but I slept well. I ate well. Um, I'm good.
you're good. Excellent. I see Miss Shadika says, Douglas, your smile is extra shiny today. Well, it should be because I had a tooth cleaning on Thursday. They cleaned my tooth. I don't know why they call it teeth cleaning. So yes, the every 6 month thing. So yes, they are nice and shiny now because they've had that wonderful polish done onto them. So yes, got to take care of your chompers because if you ignore your teeth, they will go away. There you go. There's some words of wisdom to start off the show. Mademoiselle Fox, why do we not have our Mr. Grizzly today? Oops. I think we might have a. Okay, I think maybe. Do you hear me, Mademoiselle Fox?
I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you could tell us why it is that Mr. Grizzly isn't with us today.
Um, well, his back is out.
Oh no, not again. Poor
Yeah,
guy.
again.
Yeah.
So, but he's just so resilient, and he's just gonna watch football on the couch, and I'm like, "What? Can I sub in for you?" And he's like, "Yeah." If Douglas is okay with that. So, he's taking care of himself, and that's good.
Yep. Self care, very important. Uh, very glad that you're able to sub in for whatever time you're able to, because alone it's a little trickier.
Well,
It's always nice to have company.
okay, let's not lie. I'm not blowing sunshine up your hoo-ha, like, but you can carry a whole show for 4 hours, like, yeah.
I can, but every now and then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, okay, I'm actually like, there are times when I do it when I'm sitting there and I'm going like, I don't have anything to say anymore.
Well,
It's like somebody feed me something.
you know what? You can always call me on the banana phone.
Hey Bert, hey Bert, what's that, Ernie? I can't hear you, Bert. I got a banana in my ear. The banana phone. Oh my word!
I knew you would get it.
I haven't seen that forever.
Yeah, I'm
Excuse
also
me.
I'm sorry, what? Just can you
I can't hear you on the old Heineken.
I can't I can't hear you either at all. Do you wanna know a funny story?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, wait. So
How
there's
about
a
this one?
this is a bit I heard on CBC because it's the only other than TNEB, it's the only channel I listen to, but they're like it was a female comedian, she identifies that way, and it's like, "You can't be a woman walking around in a hardware store eating a banana." I'm like, "No, you cannot, because it is not something that you can do."
If you're a gay man, it can work out for you quite well,
I'm like, "Well, why?" Because
though.
it's
Unless
like,
you're a lesbian. I'm just saying.
well,
There's a
you
reason they
know
call it the Homo Depot.
oh, I've never heard that before. That is so funny.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, I guess, if I put on my Carhartts and I go to the Homey Depot,
The Homey
I can
Depot,
eat a
that's an
banana.
entirely different experience. Just like there is some intersection in the Venn diagram between the Homo Depot and the Homey Depot, but but different crowds a bit.
Yeah, what do you wanna can I talk about my hat?
Please do.
I don't work for CBC, although I
By
wish
the
I
way, you
did.
don't have to ask, right? You
Okay,
can just talk
alright.
about that.
So, I got this hat when I went to, okay, I used to not say it properly, but I went to Iqaluit and, with the Arctic Comedy Festival,
Oh, nice.
and yeah, when I was their volunteer communications director, and if anyone wishes to listen to some really good comedy, Paul Rabliauskas.
Mhm,
So,
mhm.
the festival featured, sorry, not featured, but they invited, a lot of indigenous comedians, and they were just like, blew the doors off the they blew the doors off. It was awesome. And then so we went to CBC. I went to, the CBC office with Mary Walsh. I think I've mentioned this before.
Oh, yes.
And they're like, "Do you want a hat?" I'm like, "Yeah, I would like a hat. Thank you." And they're like, "Do you want some raw caribou and narwhal?" I'm like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
I would." Like,
yeah, I would. Yes.
it was like the caribou was like just oh, I don't even have words for it. The narwhal was a little chewy. I was like, "Mm, you know what? This is offered as a gift. You have to eat
Right,
it."
right, right.
So, yeah, that's the story of my hat.
Nice. And you were like the volunteer director of communications?
Yeah, yeah,
Tell
it
me
was a
more.
volunteer.
Yeah. Like the festival runs how long?
Sorry, ask me again?
The festival runs how long? Is it like a week long?
No, it's just a couple of days.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Nice.
it was incredible. Like, it was just like, I've never I'm like, eh, the comedians were just they just slayed. They were all most of them were from above Arctic, like Arctic,
Yeah.
and, it was some of them, it was their first time performing, some of them they'd performed before, but, I have to say, Paul Rabliauskas is, like he's Winnipegosis,
Okay.
and, he's a oh gosh, he does this bit. He would say this, I'm not saying it, in a critical way, but he's a big boy. And
Okay.
he's like, "I went on a date and I fell down the hill. I was too big to get back up." And he's
Oh,
like, "I don't think this relationship is going any." Like, he's so self-deprecating, but, like, so strong, and he's on CBC a lot too.
nice. How did you end up get volunteering there?
Well, one of my good friends is the head of Alphabet Creative, which is a company in Ottawa, and she put my name forward to say, like, you know, "Bridget could go to do this because she's underemployed." Well, she didn't say that, but anyway, so she recommended me and, like, yeah, really good people, really good people. So, so I got to go to Iqaluit, I got to go to Yellowknife, and, didn't make it to the Yukon, but, I got to go to Iqaluit twice and Yellowknife once, and I'm just like, one of my best friends is in Yellowknife, and I'm like, you know, I'll stick it around for another year just so I can go see Rocks. Rocks is on your show,
Mm,
TNAV.
mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Uh, I'm like, "Yep,"
When we had
like
the wildfires were going on, she was, I think she was in the UK at the time, but yeah,
mhm,
yeah.
she's golden.
Ah, lovely, lovely. Oh,
I'm
how
still mad
cool is that?
I'm still mad at her for moving out of Ottawa. I'm like, I don't forgive you yet."
That that is so cool. I have a friend, that used to do some work as well, I think 1 or 2 friends actually that, do a lot of work or used to do a lot of work with comedians. I know there's one person, has a lot of, connections to the people, that were working, with, uh, on the show Kim's Convenience. I
"Oh, really?"
disappeared for a while there for a second, didn't I? I don't know, my screen kinda tied up.
Yeah,
Uh,
just a little
uh,
bit.
I was yeah, I have a friend that was working for a while. I don't know if she just knew the fan club or through some booking stuff. The people from Kim's Convenience, and then there was the person's part of a as part of a BIA, I think, did a lot of promotional stuff with comics, and just like I just like be reading on their Facebook feeds. Oh my god, you're meeting everyone! How is this possible? So yeah, it's just some people have really, really, really cool jobs. So yeah, even volunteer director of communications for comedy festival. That's up there. That sounds like it was something that could. I mean,
Oh,
it's not a job and
that
it
was
has
so
ups
nice.
and downs. I get that, but I mean, that sounds like it has some cool stuff going on too.
It was really fun, and, yeah, I I was fortunate to go. Yeah. And I love stand-up comedy. I love it. Like, I'm
Right.
very quite passionate about it because it's awesome, and
Yes,
I
it is.
have right? Okay, so as a theater person,
Right.
do you do some comedy in your work?
I my specialty in terms of theater is comedy. That's the one I'm best at, especially physical comedy. If it involves falling or running into things or tripping or so, because I got my start in kids theater, right?
Okay.
So there's a
I
lot
did
of slapstick clowning, that type of stuff. And in kids theater, you literally do have to hurt yourself a little because kids can
really?
tell. Yeah, because if you fake it, kids can tell you didn't really run into that monster. You have to hurt yourself a little for them to laugh.
And
For real,
well,
you gotta do yourself a
well,
little.
I'm gonna send this out to my stepdad, Angelo. Like, he loves physical comedy, and I'm like the Three Stooges. Like,
Yeah,
he will just basically cackle his head off when he if I put that on. I don't really understand it, but
but I've been in plays, long and short form, where, for example, uh, there's a mechanic who speaks English, a bus driver who speaks French, and there's a clown who doesn't speak at all. He only has a kazoo and wants to go somewhere and is trying to get on the bus, but the bus is broken down and is trying to be fixed, and a whole bunch of stuff happens. I guess I'm running into things, I'm tripping, I'm going, oh, all those the rubbery face things that you have to do for the kids. So that's all, And then recently, last year, we did Arsenical Lace, and I was playing Teddy. So running up the stairs, charge, and I guess, and every now and then, like Teddy just like appears on the stage for no reason, with other stuff going on, and like he's like paddling a canoe through a living room.
is this why you
No,
have
no reason.
physiotherapy?
you that Fortunately, because my background is in dance, it's like martial arts. The first thing they teach you is how to fall. So falling is something I do spectacularly well. So, I tend not to hurt myself for some reason, but it has happened. There's been one or two times where I fall just like, "Ooh, I put a little too much enthusiasm into that one. That one won't even work."
Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
When I
So
launched, I really I went for it there. Ooh, need to hold back a little next time.
please don't do that again. You are
Uh,
I'm sorry. You're
sometimes
not
you sometimes you're just into it.
you're not
I
as
did,
old as me, but well, we're about the same age, but don't do that, please.
yeah,
Like,
I did one this summer as well, where I was a clown who didn't speak, but it was a sort of a tale of a child's bedroom where the child hadn't gone back to that bedroom for X number of years, and before the child left, the clown was their imaginary friend and said, "Wait, wait, I'll be right back." And the clown waited for 20 something years, and there's stuff that happens.
okay, well, that's the stuff of nightmares.
I guess so. Again, some physical comedy, things being thrown at me, but I
I'm not
fall
gonna
over.
sleep tonight. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you very much.
I guess, but like it's like there were things like that, where I'm like walking close to her to hand something to her, and she throws things at me, and it hits me, and I fall and fall backwards, and then end in the pile of toys. Like,
It's terrifying. No, okay, honestly, I'm not gonna sleep tonight if you do that again. Can I change directions a little bit? Lori Sue is in the chat. Un
so,
Uncover the
but,
News, and
yeah, that
Jay and Cassie. No, that was terrifying.
yeah, but that type of physical comedy, like physical, like run, like just like, hey, I got some gun, like go flying. So that's all my that's where I am. So every now and then when I get a chance to do something dramatic, it's like, oh my god, I get to do something out of my range. But I do, as you know, like from doing the show, I enjoy making people laugh to start with. So comedy is actually not that much of a stretch, and when you have no pride and you have no shame whatsoever, it's actually no stretch at all. So
Alright. Can we talk
I
about
literally, if I'm on stage, if you give me a script, I literally don't care what I look like anymore. So I'll do it.
I could not be that brave, honestly. Can we talk about Beyoncé? Her nomination?
Sure. Yes, yes, the Grammy noms are out today.
Mhm. What do you think?
I was literally just in the middle of reading the article as I was walking back home from my errand, so I didn't get through it all. I think she's nominated for 11 more this time around, and I mean, she's already the artist in history that's won the most Grammys. I think she's got 32 already. Um, but it's kind of a interesting. Um,
This is too
Back
hard.
and forth between the Country Music Association and the Grammy Association, because the Country Music Association um, shut out Beyonce completely for nominations for her country album or country-esque album, depending how you qualify it, Cowboy Carter. But the Grammys sure loved it and gave it 11 noms.
Well, so I called my mom before I came over today to join the show, and I was like, "Well," I'm like, "Do you wanna join into the YouTube?" And she's like, "I don't know what the YouTube is." I'm like, "Well, no, you do. You just have to Google it." But I'm like, sorry, I have this, like, yucky thing. Um, but I'm like, "Well, what would be a good topic?" And she said, "Well, why don't you talk about Beyoncé?" I'm like, "Well, that's a really good topic, actually." I'm like,
It's hard to go wrong talking about Beyonce with a gay
"I know." Like,
guy. The queen, the queen. But yeah, 11 nominations, which is I mean, nothing to sneeze at. And I think she's the biggest nomination getter this year. So I mean, there are there are many others that have plenty. Um, Billie Eilish and Chapel Roan and many. But yeah, Beyonce has 11, which is
that
just
I didn't know that, actually, that's awesome.
amazing. Yeah, Kendrick Lamar has a good number of them. So does Charlie XCX, which makes me very happy because
Ah! Yes.
and Billie Eilish again, of course. With Billie Eilish, it's that's to be expected. I mean, pretty much anything she puts out is quality. Just addicted to her "Birds of a Feather" song right now. I just can't get enough of it.
I honestly, I melt. When she sings, I just melt.
Mm, yeah, I like how she can go back and forth between that sort of like whisper singing and then like so every now and then it's like, oh, she actually can belt if she wants to, but it happens with such ease. I don't know if you saw at the closing ceremonies of the Olympics when she sang "Birds of a Feather."
No, I
Like
didn't.
sometimes like the mic is like so far away from her, but the sound is so loud as she's holding it, and she's holding like very thin high notes at the end as well as the whisper singing, and every now and then she comes out of the whisper singing and then puts a little power into it, and you guys like, I was like, oh, okay, okay, like this. It's not she doesn't just whisper sing or do the breathy singing just because she can't hit other notes. Like she can hit those notes,
And tell me if I'm correct,
but she
but,
doesn't overdo it.
you're like, I totally agree, but, Paul told me she has the, condition where you swear out loud by accident.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering the name, but, 'cause yeah, like, you know what I'm talking about though, right?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm like, "What?" Like, I'm just like, "That's amazing." But when she sings, it doesn't come through.
Yeah. I don't know why my phone
Okay,
keeps on going out for some
you
reason. That's
just went
very
si
weird.
you
Yeah, I
just
don't
went
know why
silent.
every couple of minutes the screen times out for some reason, which is very weird. It doesn't do that normally. So yeah. Yeah, she's
Oh,
yeah, I didn't
Tourette's.
know
Tabby,
if that
thank
was the
you.
case.
Tourette sorry, Tabby just, uh,
Yeah,
jumped in. It's Tourette's.
yes. So and there's in the Grammy nominations there's Andre 3000 who's part of the group Outcast.
Oh,
The back
okay,
in the
yeah.
day that so he's got a certain number of nominations as well there. Um, Looking out to oh, I went to man, I should have known better than to go to the Grammy site because it would just be way too many details
Are
all
you
at
are
once.
you down the rabbit hole?
Oh my word, rabbit hole isn't even the beginning of it. Oh my word, that's crazy. There's an article for each individual category, of course. So I mean, it's like so there's like that's too much. So it's like I'm not sure how many categories are, but there are a lot. I mean, when you include the classical and the jazz and the blues and all the musical styles, there are like what we see on TV is only a mitful relatively to all the awards that there are. So when you go on the website and you're looking at it's like, oh my God, there's 112 articles. Ah,
Oh, I can't. too much information for me. I
Yeah.
I was gonna just say, so I'm just gonna pick up the phone and call Miss Cassie Lake. She's like, "Jelly Roll is now my favorite. Saw him this past summer. I love
Ah,
Jelly Roll."
okay.
Like, can you imagine being like, like having gone to jail, having had, drug addictions, and then to sing with that beautiful voice. Like,
Mhm,
I
mhm.
hope Jelly Roll gets something.
Well, we'll see if he's nominated. I haven't seen his name yet, but let's see. So yeah, Beyonce has 11. Kendrick Lamar, Charlie XCX, and Billie Eilish have 7 each. Beyonce now has a career total 99 Grammy nominations, more than any other artist, but she's not yet won Album of the Year with all those nominations. She hasn't yet won the big prize.
Wow.
Not even Lemonade. That she should have gotten it for Lemonade.
Okay, can we talk about Lemonade?
Absolutely. Absolutely, she should have gotten it for Lemonade. I can't remember who got it that year, but Beyonce deserved. Lemonade deserved a prize just for being Lemonade.
Like, so I watched the whole role a few times, and I was actually when I was calling my mom, I'm like, "Mom, you gotta watch Lemonade." So one of her songs is about so All Night Long is about finding out that her husband cheated on her and that
Mhm.
she forgave him, and, it's quite beautiful.
Okay, nice.
Mhm.
Mhm. So she's
Sh
nominated. No, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's it. Like, I'm
Oh,
like, you forgive
or you don't.
or you don't.
But
But
what you
she
can't.
did, and my mom was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." I'm like, "Well, Mary Shar,
Yeah,
you gotta look it up. You gotta watch that."
yeah. But what you can't do is say you forgive and then keep on bringing it up. You either forgive, not forget, because if you forget, then you set yourself up to have it done again. So you got to modify some things. Because, but if you actually do forgive, you forgive, which means you stop bringing it up as well. So
That's
that's the hard part when there's infidelity. I find is, you know, sometimes you want to go on, but it's like the metaphor that I keep on putting up. It's like you always see the crack in the mirror. Right? So you can get past it
that's
or maybe
very
look past it, but the crack is always, always, always there. Right? Things
that's
change.
that's very
You-
well said, and, like, you just have to, like sometimes you just have to and I'm not always good at this, but, like, just let it go. It's like, it's done, it's
Yeah,
done.
but it also marks a new phase in the relationship.
Mhm.
Right? There are things that can't go back. Right? So it's
Yeah, like, I think if somebody stabs you in the face, like, that's probably something you can't forget.
yeah. No, but I mean, there are things that there are things, but
Sorry,
but
that
but it's
was
true.
meant to be funny.
Yeah, yeah. But it's true. You can't back, like, even if you have a wonderful and a great relationship, and and you move on, and you're perfectly supportive and wonderful and happy and whatnot. Like this, it's still whatever fairy tale of a relationship you had up until that point. Like this, it's no longer that.
I agree with you, and
Right?
I'll just say, like so my stepfather, Angelo, is, like, the greatest human man other than Paul, but Angelo comes first, and, I had some challenges in my I'm not gonna talk too much about that, but he's like, "Bridget, it's better to mend a coat that you own than to get a new one." And I was like, "Okay." He's like, "You should just stay married." I'm like, "Okay." But he's like and then when I left, he was just like, "I stand by you no matter what you decide." Isn't that lovely?
Yes, I think that's great.
Mhm,
Because sometimes that's all you need.
mhm.
It's like you choose you, and I'll have your back.
Yep.
I like that. I like that a lot.
So may I ask what your errand was today?
Oh, I am glad that you asked.
Did you spoil your sweetie?
It is for my sweetie.
Ah.
Um, on the 10th, which is tomorrow, it'll be 12 years ago
Oh,
that we have met.
oh.
And we met late at night, around past 10 p.m. or something like that. on or maybe past maybe around past 10 p.m. on the day, and we danced a bit because we were at a charity event and there was music and dancing, so we danced and then we spent more time together. I'll let you imagine what happened during that time.
I shall not.
And the next morning, as we are going on to brunch, we were holding hands, and we had made plans to see each other the following week. And
Oh,
that week, we made plans to see each other 2 weeks later, and after that week, 2 weeks later, and after that week, 2 weeks later, and then 2 weeks. And 2 weeks kept on accumulating, and after 2 years, well, we moved in, and
oh,
3 years ago we bought a house. So uh, he came to town over the weekend. We didn't come together. I came earlier, and but he decided to come later because his nephew is playing in a volleyball tournament here,
Mhm.
and they had some things that they wanted to bring over and had the vehicles to do it. So they did all of that kind of stuff. And while he stepped out to play volleyball, uh, to go watch nephew Marco play volleyball, I decided I needed to step out as well.
Oh, come on.
So yeah,
Well, I
show you
I'm sorry.
everything because it's in a big bag because I had to walk right, so it's to keep them warm. So they wouldn't die.
Okay, that is
So,
redonkulously adorable.
and then they had this, which is absolutely perfect. I wasn't looking for this. I saw it, had to have it. I hope he's not watching from where he is and he's got focused on the.
Alex,
Sweetie,
turn it off. Turn it
if
off,
you
sweetie.
are
This
not
is a
watching
surprise for
Marco's
you.
volleyball game right now, like this, you need to get back to watching his game right now. Right. Don't ask why. Don't ask what. Just turn off the camera. The next couple of minutes are not for you right now.
No.
Okay?
Okay. Is it safe?
Five,
Are we safe?
4, 3, 2, 1. Bye, my love. Okay. Everyone else.
Oh.
They have this way to take an actual rose. They have a process that they put it in, which makes it a forever rose. As soon as I thought this, I thought Beauty and the Beast.
Okay. You can't do that on screen. I'm gonna cry.
No, it's perfect, right?
It's so perfect. It's so beautiful.
He's my boo. I love him so much. He's got us so. Whoops. Whoops. Sorry about that. Screen timed out again. He's so gonna freak out. He's so gonna freak. Oh, I love it.
I don't know if you can see, like, I'm not, like, 'cause I'm not super, um, good at keeping up with the chat, but Linda M just said, "A Beauty and the Beast rose." Ah,
Yes, that's
and
exactly what I thought right off the bat.
Cassie just said, "Oh, a forever rose." I'm like, "Mm."
Eternity Rose or something. Yeah. I was just like, it's just so perfect. Purrrr perfect.
Ah, it's gonna be a good day.
Yes, and we're going out for a lovely dinner tonight. Alex has already picked where it is he wants to go. So,
Where are you gonna go? 'Cause I know K-Town.
no, we're here in
JPT?
Ottawa. I'm
Oh,
in
sorry,
Ottawa.
yeah. You're in
Yeah,
Ottawa.
so we're gonna go to Shafali,
Oh,
one
very
of the
nice.
best restaurants we ever went to together.
Sorry, I forgot you're in Ottawa because 'cause I'm, like, stupid dumb tired, but oh, that's so nice. That's gonna be a
Yeah.
great celebration.
Yes, and then there'll be a couple of other things, but I figured I have to try and sneak around, and because we're here until tomorrow, and tomorrow is the day we met, and then Monday is Veterans Day, which is like the like
Yeah. Oh,
first
yeah.
day. Like our anniversary goes over 2 days, right? Because it was like 10 at night over. So we celebrate the 10th and the 11th, and Veterans Day is always busy and whatnot. So and it's a day off. So It's like I need you to
Yeah.
get out of the house if you want me to surprise you. But it's a day off, and there's no reason to leave the house. So I have to. Every anniversary, I really have to sneak. Last year, I guess I managed to get a bouquet of flowers from the florist into the house without him knowing, and then out of the house into the car that we rode to get to the restaurant while he was already in the car because he drives and I
Okay.
was on the passenger side. So I had to sneak them in while he was in the car, sneak them out of the car, and hide them under the restaurant table the entire meal until I brought it out. And I did it successfully.
You know what? You could be a bank thief. That's like next level of sneaky.
I'm
That's really
evil, but I
awesome.
only use my powers for good. But yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
did.
that's
I managed.
ridiculous.
He goes, "How did you get those? Where are they?" They've been under the table all night. Says, "How come I haven't told?" I says, "Well, I've had them like I crossed my legs this way, and then I put them between my legs, and they're under my chair. So even if you like moved your legs to play footsie with me under the table, you won't feel the wrapper." It's like I
You
thought
know
of all of it. Like, 'cause I came out of the house with my coat in my
okay.
hand, like I needed it for later, but I hadn't put it like I didn't have time to put it on, and the flowers were hid in the coat like this, and then I just sat in the car like this, and I put like leaned it against the door as I pulled the thing, and then I went back in the restaurant. This is all while we parked right next to the restaurant. I don't need to put my coat on.
You're like, "No, I'm good. I'm
It
good. I'm not cold." I
was
have
like,
to
it
tell
was
you,
like literally like behind the coat.
I am, I'm not very good at being sneaky. So, I'm like, "Paul, I have to tell you something." He's like, "Yeah, I already know." I'm like, "No, you actually don't." So, it's not a secret anymore, but so
Dish, dish, dish,
I'm gonna
dish.
dish. So, Miss Cassie Lake made Paul an apron with a senator's pattern,
Yes.
and she's sending it to my house, and he's like, "I don't" I'm gonna do my Paul voice. I'm like, "I don't know if I can accept that." I'm like, "No, you can." Eh, he's like, Alright, I will." So, she's sending it to my house, and then I'm gonna bring it over here, and we were gonna wait till Christmas, and, she's just like, I'm gonna send it sooner s because, he might need a little bit of a lift." So I'm like, I had to spill the tea. I'm like, "Cassie made you an apron, and I have to bring it over." And he's like, "Alright."
Oh,
So is that not beautiful?
I like that. Well, the little gifts are thoughtful. They
I
provoke
know.
warm fuzzies. They're delightful. I like that. All right, ask. I say, okay, now I've just figured out the trick. I can see when my screen's about to time out because you get
Oh,
darker
okay.
all of a sudden. ah, so yeah,
Try
we're doing the anniversary stuff over the course of
Oh,
this week.
very nice.
So first, we're celebrating him. We celebrate each other, but it's like it seems that this year I am taking him out first, and I guess he takes me out second later on. So next week you'll probably hear about us celebrating our anniversary. Don't worry, it's not Groundhog Day. It's just his turn to take me out next
Oh, that's fair. And Cassie, to answer your
week.
question, Paul's like, he's humble. He's humble and he's proud, but he's very, very pleased. He's really very pleased. So thank you so much. And Toronto Dan, actually, I'm not allowed. I have um the Montreal team T-shirt, and I've been forbidden to wear it.
My,
He's like, well, because he's like, "You can't wear that." And I'm like, "Well, I can actually." And he's like, "No, you can't." Like, "Okay."
okay.
I'm like, The Habs are awesome." He's like, "No, they're not." Like, "Okay." I thought it was hilarious. I'm like, "Well, I'm gonna wear it anyway."
Oh,
But the Leafs? No, Dan, no. The Leafs I'm sorry, the Leafs suck. but I did
Well,
like
these
Thai
men
donuts.
get no respect, man.
Okay, I respect you, Dan, but
uh,
they are a a very good team that I do not support.
look, uh, just to let you know, I'm scrolling through here, and for those wondering about Jelly Roll, I see one nomination
Oh,
at least for Best Country Solo Performance for his song "I Am Not Okay," which means I'm assuming that there will be more than more nominations as well. But yeah, kind of interesting.
well, I'm rooting for Jelly Roll, and Cassie, was that, like, did you just post Jets? I can get behind the Jets. I can't, we're wheat chicks, wheat city chicks, so
City Six.
you
Yeah,
don't
the Jets are having a really good season so far. Last time, I mean, it's been a couple of days since I went and checked the standings, but when I checked, they were on the top of the standings uh, about a week ago or something. So yeah, the Jets are having a really good season so far. Would be nice. That would be nice. That would would not make me unhappy at all. I guess if the Jets were to be the next Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup, and if it was sooner rather than later. No Canadian Stanley Cup since 1993. This is ridiculous. But the
you know,
Jets, yeah, I would not be sad at all. Nope.
I mean,
That's a
I would
city that,
not.
that deserves some good stuff going on.
I don't wanna make Dan angry, but, Toronto is a city full of wealth, and I know you're not full of wealth, and neither am I, but the Peg, the Jets, like, I'd rather them win. Oh, Frankie Swanky Frankie's in.
Yes. Oh, looking through some chat there, and Kid J Crick earlier said, "I think Douglas could do anything he sets his mind to." That is a beautiful compliment and slightly frightening too. My mind is a very strange place. There's certain things that my mind sees that maybe I should not be getting up to and setting my mind to doing it. Just saying.
Oh,
Kit Kat
no, I
said
should not do
Douglas.
half the things I think of.
I know, right? Imagine if we did. There'd be like none of us would be free. Just oh my god. Oh.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh. Okay. Okay, I have to because 'cause I'm trying not to swear anymore, but, I can't if I can help
they're
it.
on the roast show
Um,
for that.
so
Just
Miss Cassie Lake said, "Fox, I can get some Wheat Kings merch from Brandon. I'll hook you up. I know the team owner." I'll basically
ah,
wear it every day, all the time. That is so kind. Thank you.
Brandon Wheatkins.
Let
There's a
let
solid
me
hockey
flash
team
you
right there.
I'll flash you back some cash. Like, you don't go buy that on your own.
Uh, ooh, yummy stuff here. Some kids are cooking. Cassie says she has some bison brisket in the smoker here. I would like that, please. Kid Linda M says I have a pork roast in the crock pot for yes, please. Kit
Oh,
Elaine's
yes,
making
please.
a chicken stir fry. Okay. See, I would love to come because I'm sure you all invited me to dinner, but I have romantic plans tonight. But if you'd like to save some,
Oh, Swanky Frankie, Mr. Grizzly's on the couch watching football. He's not feeling great. So, but okay, I'll tell you something good, like, cause we need the good. It's Lola's birthday tomorrow. She's turning
ah,
4. Ah,
happy
so we're
birthday,
having
Lona!
yeah, so I and Paul was well, I'm like, What should we do for her birthday?" Like, I know this is ridiculous, but she's like, I don't even know what my birthday is, like, I'm just a dog." And he's like, "I'm gonna make a really good steak." So I'm just awaiting the steak to come in, and he's gonna cook it, and, I don't know if you know this about Paul, but, He used to
Paul can cook a mean steak.
he can.
He really can. I got
We
it.
we've had that. He's really good at cooking and chefing. Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh because we had quite a night that night. But, he's like, "I'm gonna make her a steak." "Okay, that's awesome." I'm like, "Do you want me to cook it?" He's like, "No." So, yeah, so it's her birthday tomorrow, and we're gonna treat her like the queen that she is, and, yeah, I'm pretty excited about it, I have to say, 'cause,
Oh, that's so
you know,
fantastic.
she deserves the best life, as long as we have her, and, as long as she's alive, we're gonna, you know, treat her well. I can't even stop. I'm like, "Do you want a hot dog? Do you want more treats?" Just for her birthday. Like, I don't mean to overfeed her or anything like that, but
Right.
yeah, because that's not good for her, but yeah, no, she's getting a big fat steak.
Excellent.
I'm like, "Can we
Get
give
some
her ice
time.
cream too?" And he's like, "No." I'm like,
Boom.
"You're right. No, dairy's not good."
Yeah. Get some cubs. It's that time of the show where we
Mm.
raise our glasses. 1, 2, 3. Sociable. Cheers. Mm. Yummy, 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 yum. All right. Of course, we're not in the actual pub today, so we had to bring the pub home.
I
um,
think they're probably missing you in the pub.
yes, yes. It's been a while now, and we haven't been there for a few months. I mean, it's October and September, and they might be wondering what happened to us.
Uh,
Send some proof of life.
Linda said, "Let her chase all the squirrels she wants." I got
Exactly.
I got
Um,
her a dead like, a squirrel from Dollarama, like a dead it's just like a little stuffy, and she just, like, destroyed it. I'm like, "Whoa, good job. That's good. You really killed that squirrel that's already not dead." But, okay, Douglas, I'm following you now because 'cause
all
I'm
right.
like I'm talking about dead squirrels that are not real, so
Okay. I see Linda M in the chat said quarterfinals of the co-op tournament in the Grand Slam of curling are getting started. 3 of the 8 teams are Canadian. That is good. Of course, when I read it the first time, I read it quickly, and I thought it was quarterfinals of the Coop tournament rather than co-op. And I'm thinking, never heard of
Hmm.
that one. And since we're on that subject, because I'll probably be talking it on Monday's show anyway, but technically it is not politics. It's about Canadians who make us proud. You know how much I love my tennis, kids and cubs. There's a young lady from Ottawa named Gabriella Dabrowski, who I talk about a lot because she's one of the best doubles players in the world. She's got 2 Grand Slam mixed doubles titles. She has 1 Grand Slam women's doubles title. She has the Billie Jean King under her belt. And
That's awesome.
today, for the first time, she secured the WTA Finals Cup. So at the end of the year, the 8 doubles teams that picked up the most points over the course of the year do a tournament. They divide them into 2 groups of 4. They play a round robin against each other. And then the top 2 teams in each pool then play semifinal and final. So it's a 5-match tournament to win the whole thing. They went undefeated for the entire tournament, taking home the first season final. She becomes the first Canadian ever to win a season final, male or female. Boom! That's big news. There's gonna be a stadium named after her one day. She's that good. And with that, she rises to number 3 in the world in the doubles rankings. And then the other one, because you know, when you win, let the winning begin, is Denis Shapovalov, who we talked about on Friday on our show. He made it to the final of the tournament in Serbia, in Belgrade, and won it. his first title in 5 years. After coming back from injury when he was out of the top 100, he's now 56th in the world with the win. Um, just coming back, gaining confidence, having better performances. But he was number 10 in the world at one point and hasn't won a title in 5 years. So at the ATP Tour levels, might have won some challengers, but that's a big step up for him. And again, both of those wins, just as the Billie Jean King Cup comes up, I think it's next week for the women, and then the Davis Cup comes for the men the week immediately after. So Canadians on a roll, just as the two annual Big King tournaments, which they have both won in the past few years, by the way. So a couple of years ago, Canada was the world's strongest tennis nation, holding the men's and the women's titles simultaneously for about 9 days. Yeah. And then the men's tournament started after, and then we lost.
Well, women for the win.
Women for the win. Absolutely. And no, trust me. That's
And
some good stuff.
I want to so Cassie's leaving the chat. We love you so much. Thank you so much. And Uncovered the News is back, and
Yes.
what a strong, powerful voice you have. And just thank you for being part of this.
Yep. I'm quite happy that Uncover the News is a member of Damn Fam and has found us. Lots of solid contributions and it's nice to make new friends. So
Yeah, and so
right?
friendly. And
Yes.
okay, I'm just gonna say it. It's peanut butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly time. It's peanut butter jelly time. It's peanut butter jelly time. Whoop 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 whoop. It's peanut butter jelly time. I was saying this for no reason. Like 3 or 4 days ago, I'm in
It's
the
gonna be
living
in
room
your
at
head all
home.
day now. It's
For,
peanut butter jelly
for,
time.
for no reason at all, 3 or 4 days ago, in the living room in Kingston, it's peanut butter jelly time. Hadn't thought of it in months. Months. Just popped into my head for no reason.
Well, you know what? That's an earworm right there.
It's peanut butter jelly time.
It's peanut butter jelly time. You know what else is? Okay, and you put this one in my head.
Uh-oh.
Padam. 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 Padam.
Didn't I know? Padam, padam. I know you wanna take me home. Padam, and take off all my clothes. Padam, padam. When your heart goes padam.
Have you seen
Oh,
this?
I love
Oh,
that song. I heard it for the first time,
yes.
and I knew that was gonna blow up everywhere.
It blew up. Okay, can I just show you something? Okay, and I don't really know how to do it properly, but it's a thing on the Instagram or TikTok or whatever. So also, just so you know, I'm a baller. I am
Ooh,
wearing my basketball shirt, but
okay.
there's a volleyball player who is like pretty famous on the TikTok, and she does this. And she calls out somebody from the crowd who gets up and dances, and I'm just like, it is so brilliant. She's like 6 foot, 100 feet, I don't know. She's super drop dead gorgeous, and she just she goes like this. Sorry. Come. And then somebody gets up from the crowd and is just like dances their heart out. And I'm like, that is the best.
Oh, do you know who
Yeah,
she
no,
is?
I don't. I think she's
Oh,
on the US team, but yeah, she's just like, she wants nothing for it, but she's just like, come and dance for me.
come and
And then
dance for me.
people get up from the crowd and they're like, boop, boop, doo, doo, boo. And they just shake their booties. And I'm just like, that is awesome. That's a good human.
Indeed.
I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Okay. I see something from. Oh well, wait. I have to read this from Cassie though, because when we were talking about Beyonce, it was, I'd have gone barrel racer on Jay-Z than had a round with Becky with the good hair. Oh, My kind of woman, Cassie. My kind of woman. Um,
You don't
Toronto
mess
dance.
with Cassie.
Pardon?
You don't mess with Cassie, right?
You don't mention Cassie. No.
Yeah.
Toronto dance says here. Uh, I had. This is a change of tone here, but I had a beef with a well-known activist in Toronto who I wasn't able to resolve shit with before she received MAID last week. All I can do is move forward and acknowledge Isabella. I think Gamk is her name. Rest in peace. That's a that's a, I want to put it. It's a lovely thought, but it's weird when it comes from a place of being conflicted like that. This someone that yeah you're not able to resolve something with, but you know that they were definitely a player in the community, and you know even if you might not have been able to work together, recognizing that most likely they did a lot of good for a lot of people, even if you weren't able to make a connection. And kind of brings me a thought to myself too, because I found out today as well that I've lost a someone that I know. We had lost touch over the last few decades, but it was a friend from high school. His name is Jean-Philippe Hector, and great guy, fantastic guy, great sense of humor, super handsome. Um, Things weren't as bad as they have been for gay people in the late '80s, but they weren't as good as they are now. Um, and Me being gay was never an issue whatsoever. We would go out and we would hang out, we would party, and like sometimes he would sleep over, and we would sleep in the same bed. And be hopelessly heterosexual. I'm hopelessly gay, and like we could sleep
Sorry.
sleep
I'm
sleep in
not
the
I'm
same
not
bed.
laughing. That's a very
No, no,
important story.
yeah. So we could like go dancing together, like, and he could come and crash, and we could sleep in the same bed together. And he's like, there was never like one moment that he was afraid that I would make a move or whatnot. Like, we were just friends. And that was really unique back in the day, to have a straight friend um, like this who was genuinely not afraid of you or worried about you in any way, shape, or form. Um, I introduced him to someone I knew, and they had a child together. So um, indirectly, I am responsible for one birth because I introduced people together that made a baby. I didn't do the work myself, uh, but but I did my bit. I did my bit
You
for the
did,
human
you did.
population. uh, but yeah, we had lost a touch over the years. He had to come down with MS. And,
Oh,
life
that's
changes a
hard.
lot.
That's a hard disease.
Yeah, life changes a lot that way. But yeah, saw that he passed away at the end of October, and his family will be doing something on the 6th of December. So I've noted it down just so I can make some plans to go do that.
That's
But
my
it's
birthday,
oh, lovely.
which
But
doesn't
it's
matter. Like, who
no, no,
cares?
no, no. But it's important. Birthdays are important. But it's one
Oh,
of those
mhm.
things that how would you put it? It's I can't say it's like one of those things you realize how time goes, because we had lost touch, and even though I had thought about him many times, I didn't take the extra step of actually reaching out and saying, "Hey, I'm thinking about you." Right?
Can you
But-
can you forgive yourself for that, please?
oh yeah, yeah.
Don't carry
That's,
that.
yeah, yeah. No, no, it's not that. It's not that. But it's that's what I'm saying. It's like it's realistic. I'm sitting there and I'm, thinking, oh, gee, it's like, well, I probably would not have made more of an effort if there was more time. I hadn't done it yet, right? So after we had lost touch, but yeah, it's often when you hear that news, and it's sort of like, darn, yeah. He's one of the good ones. He was one of the good ones. So it's a yeah, bit of sad news. I'll be lighting a candle a little later and
Ah,
all that
that's
kind of
nice.
stuff.
That's the best thing, to light a candle. Um,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No, go
Do you
ahead.
wanna hear, like, the best gay story that I could ever tell you?
Okay, sure thing.
So, I have a really good friend whose name is Kristen. She owns Mint Hair Salon in my neighborhood in Hindenburg, and, she was single and ready to mingle, and she invited one of her friends and his friend, because she's like, I think this could happen," and, so she's like they went out for coffee, and anyway, she looked at both of them, and neither of them had come out, and she's like, "I don't think this is gonna happen at all, and you 2 should probably be together." So they got married, like, the two fellows,
All right.
and, and they're, like, just lovely, lovely people, and she's like, "I don't think either of you are gonna be my boyfriend because you're gonna be together."
Yeah.
And they're, like,
Oh,
just lovely, like, lovely people. And they've got dogs and they have a house and, it's so great. It was such a great outcome, and she's like and she found somebody else. And I'm just like, "You know what? That was very gracious of you." She's like, pretty sure this is not gonna
all right, guys. You guys don't know it yet, but you're gonna do the nasty. So I'm just gonna pay for my
She's
hors
like,
d'oeuvres and leave you the
"Mm,
table. Enjoy each other.
yeah, do your thing." It was pretty funny.
It's like, no, we're not. Trust me. Have fun.
I'm pretty sure that
I'm looking in the chat here. Toronto Dan. What the fuck, Douglas? Now I'm never gonna get a girlfriend. You just up the ante. Jokes aside, right on Douglas. Ah, ah, ah. Kit Nina Canadian. Douglas's face is adorable. Such joy and love.
aw.
It's like I said. I just cannot tell you how much I love him. Right? He's just
The
he is
Dan
love
Dan?
too late. He is love on two. Not Dan Dan. I mean, I love Dan Dan, but I'm talking about Beaver Sweetie. My
Oh,
Beaver Sweetie.
sorry, your
He,
man.
he, he is love on two legs, and he does not have an ounce of malice in his body. And he's had a particularly rough year, the roughest year he's had since I've met him. So you know, nobody likes to watch somebody they love struggle, and I've done a lot of that this year. So I'm hoping that this is the perfect moment so that he can, at least for a little while, you know, remember how loved he is, and that all the troubles and the difficulties, ultimately, at the end of the day, even though we have to go through them and grow from them, they don't matter ultimately, right?
Well, and he's
You
got
got,
he's
you
got
got,
you to boost him up,
yeah. So
right?
that's what I'm hoping that I will be able to to convey today. Let's see what else do we have here.
Well,
Cassie, Douglas exudes joy. It's infectious. Aw, that's why he's such a
aw,
successful actor, says Kitlinda M. Oh,
ow.
oh, that is that is super sweet. Thank you. Oh my God, my that's a warm fuzzy. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Ah, that is
Well, you
super
just
sweet.
you soak that up and, like, let's give a big, big love out to Dan because 'cause you're dealing with a lot.
Yes.
And, and I'm not talking politics because that's not the place. It's not the time and the place, but I wrote an article about, 5 women with PTSD, including myself, and, on Paul's advice, I'm pitching it to the Toronto Star.
Smart.
I was gonna go for the Globe, but I'm like, "I won't get through."
Well, not necessarily,
Well, I
but I
don't
think
know.
Star might be the better venue in terms of
Yep.
readership.
I think, yeah, so it was really good advice. I still have to polish it up a little bit, but, yeah. So that was, like, a really good thing in my week. to write those stories.
That is delightful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's
And you wrote stories about like four other women, right?
yeah, and none of us are first responders.
Okay.
We just but we all are diagnosed, and, it's I think it's an important story. Sorry, that's politics, but I'm like, I don't want money for it. I just want the stories to be told, you know?
Right. Right. Let's see what else we have here from
Yeah,
the
something like
kids.
something lighter than PTSD,
Right.
like peanut butter jelly time. Mm.
See what else do we have here? Nina says, I have a kid that will be shopping for a grade 8
Oh,
grad
yeah.
dress. Oh, that is a big deal.
Have
Ah,
you
cool.
okay, I've had a bit of experience with this. Have you considered I know it's, like, cheap fashion, but have you thought about, like, H&M or Shine or something like that? Don't drive, don't go
Yeah.
like,
The
your
thing
your
is,
kid's gonna wear it once, and then it's gonna be in a closet for, like, 10 years.
mm, not always. They can be used again, but I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, grade 8 grad dress, no. I mean, you're probably still growing.
Well, okay, sometime on my show okay, so my mother, Mary Charlotte, took me to the mall in Kitchener-Waterloo, like a not great mall, and she was like, "I picked out a dress for you. Why don't you come and check it out?" I still have it in my closet, and it still fits. Like, so once in a while, I'll put it on, and, we spent, like, $100 or something like that, which was a lot at the time, and she didn't have money, but I still have it, and I'm like, "That dress means a lot to me." Like,
Right.
she picked it out, she made sure that it fit, she got me nice shoes to wear with it, and I went to it was for my high school grad. I went with a nice friend, Jason Hauser. Thank you, Jason. He was my friend, not anything else, and, yeah, mm, that was pretty nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
I'm still looking through that because I'm behind on the chat here, so I'm trying to scroll up.
Oh,
Wow,
okay.
what we're doing here. I see Jen says, I made a cookie pie for our guests, but I mixed up the dates and they're not coming until next weekend.
That
Ah,
makes me feel better about
such
my
a
life.
shame. And I'm betting that pie won't keep for a full week, right? Mhm. I guess it will just have to be eaten. You'll just have to make another one. Ah, that sure sucks. Having to eat a whole pie. How do we ever survive the turmoil? If you want to send some over, I'm happy to help. Just saying. I like cookie pie. What else do we have here? Get Frankie. I thought Douglas was slightly three sheets to the wind. Maybe they're just going up the mask. I'm not sure what just got up the. No, not three
I don't
sheets to the
even know
wind
what
yet.
that means, but I
I know.
like it.
I'm still on the first. I'm still on the first few sips of the first one. So I don't start. I don't get 1.5 sheets into the wind until I actually finished one.
I can assure you that, Mr. Snuggles is a lightweight.
I'm a definite lightweight. See, at the barbecue, I was feeling no pain. Let's put it that way. And it's like the steaks weren't even cooked yet. It's like how many have you had? Two. Really? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Um, Jeez. What else do we have? Here in the cats, Cassie, bravo, Douglas and Fox, excellent show. That was before she had to pop out, of course. But thank you for the
Okay.
compliment. Toronto Dan's asking how much are tickets to the Rogers Cup. To be totally honest, I don't know. I normally go every year, but with COVID happened, I didn't go during those years, and I have been able to return since. Um, but I do know, like on initial days, you can get. I like for very unexpensive. Like the qualities are great. because qualies, uh, even though it's not the main draw, because it's a 1,000 level tournament, you'll get a lot of players between ranked 50 and 100 in the world in the qualifiers. So it's as good as a 200 or 500 level tournament on its own. And those you buy a ticket, and you can access the grounds all day. The only you can't get is a seat on the main stadium for any matches that are played there. But the second stadium in the standing room area, you can go into any other court. You can go and see everything, and you can be there all day. And the great thing about going to see live tennis is that, unlike other sports venues, they allow you to bring your food, because you might be there like from 10 a.m. to like 6 p.m. or even later if you want. And there are places to eat there, but they do allow you to bring your own food. So it doesn't have to be an expensive day whatsoever. As the rounds get later, the tickets are more, right? The tickets for the final are way more than tickets for round one. But usually you can get round one tickets in the 20s or low 30s. If I'm adjusting for inflation, probably around that now. But yeah, when I go, I typically go to the qualifications, and then I'll buy a ticket for the grandstand for the evenings on the first 2 days, because usually you'll see some Canadians playing there. And I buy a ticket just for the grounds during the day on the Monday and Tuesday. And then I buy tickets for the grandstand stadium for the morning and the evening session on Thursday, which is quarterfinal day, which is actually the best day, because on quarterfinal day um, you get all the singles matches, the quarterfinals in the singles and in the doubles, and it's a 1,000 level tournament. So the top 30 players in the world are obligated to come unless they have a medical reason not to. So I mean, you could technically be watching the 8 best players in the world back to back to back to back on the Thursday, and for a relatively low price when compared to the day before and the day after when you get to semifinals, and it really, really, really jumps. So those are the best deals. That's the way to do the tournament when I go. But like I said, the last couple of years I've not been able to. I'm hoping to return this year, because it's been a couple of years now since the worst of COVID, and there's been enough people that have gone seen live events at sports stadiums, and the entire stadium doesn't come down with it, that I would feel safe enough going. But just a little additional caution for me in terms of going into a crowd. But last year in particular, I just had a um, competing thing on my schedule that made it so that I couldn't go, because otherwise I would have been there.
Well, I'm going to ask you a really hard question right now.
All right.
Curling or tennis? If you had to pick one or the other, and you could only watch one.
Oh my God.
No, I did. I just
I
went
can
there.
only watch one?
Yep, for the
That is
rest of your
not
life.
fair. Oh, that is not fair.
I
Oh,
just asked
oh.
it. I'll give you time to think about it, because and I'll just
I
tell you
think
in the
you've listened to my
meantime, being a
brain.
Canadian. Yeah, I know. Well, you know what? Sometimes you have
Because
to pick
I just,
sides.
but see, I do it Canadian style, right? Curling is winter, tennis is summer. I don't have to choose because I can't curl in the summer. Now I could play tennis in January, but indoor if there was. But I don't.
Okay, but
They're
it's not
seasonal. Like, oh my God.
okay.
Oh, my brain's exploding. Okay, if I absolutely had to pick, I think it would be curling, only because it's the first love. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
I accept
tennis.
that. I accept that.
I danced with the one who brought me. I'm sorry,
Okay,
tennis.
it's I'm sorry to put you to the wall on that one, but I'm
I
like,
have
well,
worked it
you
in my
like them both.
relationship with curling. I started curling
You
when
know
I
what?
was 16. I mean, I loved tennis while I was in my 20s, but I didn't really start playing until my late 40s. I mean, the
Well, you know
time,
what?
time in the game matters.
The curling world is not gonna forgive you.
No, I picked tennis. It's the tennis world that's not going to forgive me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the other way. But, I just have to ask the hard
Dennis, come
questions
back!
sometimes. So, and Nina,
I
I was
bought you a
just
forever
trying my
rose?
best.
Dennis!
Oh,
Don't be like that!
oh,
Come on! Dennis! They left me.
yeah, he's probably gone forever. Not. Um, I have to
Look what
say,
you did! Look what you did! Home
didn't
wrecker.
do anything. Nina Canadian says,
We had a happy home. We were living together, all three of us
well,
coexisting. Then you
it's
made me
gone.
choose.
It's gone now.
It's gone.
Toronto Dan just said, I just drank my ashtray. Fuck, I quit. Which is don't
What?
quit. Don't quit, man. You stay with us. He's laughing though. He's laughing. And
Drinking your
Nina
ashtray?
Canadian. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I don't think that's a very good idea. And Nina Canadian just said, "This is my first pubcast, and you lifted my spirits. Merci."
Ah, c'est magnifique. Okay, I need you to talk for 1 second because it just got dark outside because the sun went behind the building that's right in
Okay,
front.
sure.
And as you can tell, I've lost my light.
Yeah,
As you know, when the kits demand fashion, every fashion queen must first find her light. America's Next Top Model, Tyra Banks taught me.
all right. I'm gonna take the wheel, not like Jesus, because I'm not like that. But
Did you take the wheel? Take it from my hands.
I got you, man. So, is there a more lovely person than Douglas? No,
Let there
there's
be
not.
light.
Um, so I've always wanted to try stand-up comedy, and oh, he's back. Oh, thank goodness. Uh, I am ridiculous. Like that's 100% for sure. And I've wanted to try stand-up comedy, and I'm too chicken. But I do open mic sometimes for singing. So I'm not gonna sing for you tonight. Oh, yes, I am.
Oh yeah?
Oh, what are we gonna sing?
I don't know. You said I am gonna. You said I'm not, and then you said, "Oh yes, I am."
Well, no, I was joking. Okay,
Oh, okay.
so what could we sing? And then I'm gonna
We
tap
can't
out.
sing at the same time. The delay
No?
doesn't work. We tried that the other day.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not good.
It was real bad.
Thank you. Thank you for the lesson.
uh, all right. Let's see. What else do we have here? I got the kids. Oh, uncover the news. The Windsor police are on scene at the Ambassador Bridge for an ongoing investigation. Please note that incoming traffic to Canada will be rerouted to the Detroit Windsor Tunnel. Outcoming traffic to the United States is not affected at this time. Oh, thank you for the update. Uncover the news. Thank you so much. Uh, Elaine says,
Oh,
I saw photos of police vehicles earlier near a white pickup and a white sports car. Oh, I guess I will be hearing about that later when I'm doing research for the show.
well, with that, I will take my leave because, I appreciate you having me join, and, that's all I got.
All right, dear friend. Mwah. Thank
Alright.
you for joining me.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you so much. Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around. All right, let's see. I'm going to have to go to the camera little thingy and jiggle a few things like that. There we go. Whoops. Nope. Just once. Thank you. There we go. There we go, kits and cubs. It seems that it's just you and us. So I'm going to try and catch up on what you have been telling us in the chat. If because you can't see what's going on here, right in front of me, I have my phone, but I have it placed horizontally. So when the chat appears, I can only see one thing at a time, and sometimes half the top of it is cut off. So right behind me, I have the actual YouTube page where you're commenting in real time. And when you see me going like this, when you see my hand going like this, it's because I'm scrolling up slowly with my finger on my touch screen. And then I'm trying to read what it is that you said there. And now let's see what it is that we have. So that was Uncovered the News, who had shared that with us about what was going on the Ambassador Bridge. And thank you so much. Kit Toronto Dan says, I got PTSD out the yin yang, but I have my way of dealing with it all. But I assure you, if I need help, I'll ask family, and that includes everyone in this room. Thank you. And I'm glad that we have earned your confidence that you would do so, my friend. And once again, just want to let you know how proud I am of you for having put your name in the race. And like I said, I know it wasn't the result that you had wanted, um, but I just am so damn proud of you. You did it with all your heart, and you did it for the right reasons. You had, you had set some goals in terms of the financial stuff and the fundraising, and you had a plan for what you wanted to do with the money, and you executed your plan. And you know, um, I hope it's not the last time that you try. Um, but efforts like yours are what it's all about, my friend. And I know we're not supposed to be political, but this is more friend to friend. I just wanted to let you know that I'm so damn proud of you, and thank you for having done the thing. Right? Big hugs. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Uh, ooh, Jen says that the cookie pie is gluten free. Well, then, yes, you already do have my address, right? So you know where to send me a slice. Kitnina Canadian says, thanks for the dress shopping advice to Mademoiselle Fox. There we go. That is fantastic. Yes, Kit Elaine says it's gluten free, but is it wheat free? Because my allergy is to wheat. Yes, that is true. However, if it is gluten free, it is necessarily wheat free. But if it is wheat free, it is not necessarily gluten free. It goes the other way around. So, whenever I say wheat free, people then turn around and go, "Oh, gluten." It's like, no, not gluten. It's actually wheat, but yes, let's just say gluten since it works for both. But yes, if it is gluten free, it is necessarily wheat free, but not necessarily the other way around. Because if it's wheat free, it could still have gluten from barley, oats, and rye, for example. All right, let's see what else do we have here from the kids and cubs. A little note here that says "sing, sing, sing" from Dan. Which is actually one of my favorite big band songs, by the way, for those who know it. For some reason, I grew up on that song. Then you get the drums, boom, 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 boom. That song has always spoken to my soul for some reason. Don't know what it is about that, and it's not well. How would I put it? I do like big band, which is really weird because as a kid I hated it because family used to watch Lawrence Welk all the time. And when you were a kid, I was like watching Death on a Stick. Hmm. But yes, I grew up in a household, a very musical household. My mother. I'm wondering if, because I've never actually shown you a picture of her, um, which I probably could do, but I would disrupt the screen a lot for a little bit. I'll try and do that later, or maybe I'll take a little bio break at one moment during the show, and before I come back, try to get a picture of my mom so I can show you. Um, but yeah, very, very musical. My mom came from a large family. I think there was like 13 or 14 kids or something like that back in the day when that was a thing. And they were a rather musical family as well, mostly, mostly country. Um, so my mom sang with them. My mom had a low voice for a woman, um, but she sang very well. Um, and so I always grew up with music. And when I was a kid, my mom loved jazz, loved blues. She loved all forms of music. So I had a very diverse musical upbringing. Um, but jazz, blues, country, soul were her favorites. This, with a couple of other things along the way. So that's a lot of the stuff that I was raised on. Some Al Green, Isaac Hayes, and Barry White, and Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, uh, Terry Creese back in the day, the Family Brown. If you were in the Ottawa Valley, you used to watch the Family Brown country show on CJOH all the time. Um, um, Dave Brubeck, Buddy Guy, um, that type of stuff, and then a couple of other things too, like the Alan Parsons Project, Al Stewart, um, the Bee Gees, Blondie, um, that type of stuff. So you kind of get an overall sense there of the sort of the musical taste. Dionne Warwick, my mom was a huge Dionne Warwick fan. Uh, I was raised on the show Solid Gold, and when I was a 5-year-old, if you were going to ask me what it is I wanted to be when I grew up, I wanted to be a solid gold dancer. Was there any doubt I was going to be gay? I loved Dolly Parton and I wanted to be a solid gold dancer. Come on. Oh yeah, and Olivia Newton-John, of course. So, but here in Ottawa as well, there was it's sort of closed down right now because they're doing some renovations and repair work and all that type of stuff. But where the art gallery is, if you've been to Ottawa, the National Art Gallery, if you keep on going up the hill, there's a place called Nepean Point. And before the art gallery was there, there's a little place to sit and some lights and that kind of stuff. And from about Victoria Day to Labor Day every year, there was a concert every night there of some type, right? It was like like a festival of some type. And one night was classical, one night was jazz, one night was blues, one night was rock, one night was and we were there pretty much every night because we grew up very, very, very poor. My mom was on welfare, so we did things that were free. And back then, that kind of evening concert series was free. So every night, didn't matter who it was, what type of music, we would grab our blanket and we'd go and we'd sit on the lawn and we'd bring some treats and we'd listen to a live show. So I got exposed to all different kinds of music. And that's really where my love of music and if you see my my tape collection back in the day when I was a elementary and high school kid, and then my CD collection, there's everything in it, right? There's heavy metal, there's country, there's jazz, there's blues, there's opera, there's movie soundtracks, there's new age stuff from Vangelis and Tangerine Dream and all that kind of stuff. There's some industrial stuff from Kraftwerk and Skinny Puppy, and so I just a wide range of musical tastes. But the music that seems to speak to my soul the most is the jazz standards of the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, that type of stuff. So Dinah Washington and Ella Fitzgerald and Frank Sinatra and um, Blossom Dearie and Etta James, Leonard Bernstein, all those, Cole Porter specifically, um, all those songs. Those are the songs that if you had to have like a mixed CD of only one type of music, uh, it would be probably those jazz standards from that area, from that era. That's the stuff that speaks to my soul, and that might be uh, a result of the fact that my mother didn't know any lullabies whatsoever. So those were my lullabies. So again, uh, you know, if you're singing "Love for Sale" to a kid as a lullaby, it's probably no wonder that the kid turns out gay. Again. I mean, it's a bit of a saucy song, right? It's like, if you wanna buy my wares, follow me and climb the stairs, 'cause I got love for sale. It's like, oh, okay. Uh, this is not a not safe for work song. Here, we're talking about some grown up stuff in this one. But yeah, that's the music that spoke to my soul. So my everything music in my life comes from my mom. So I don't think it's any surprise that I ended up in dance class. My dad was a dancer actually as well. My dad was a boxer to start with, actually. But boxers have good feet, so he was also a tap dancer. That's actually how he and my mom met. Actually, my mom was singing and my dad was tap dancing, and they hit it off. There you go. Exactly. PNC Bio. Mitsu to Kraftwerk, Kingston Trio to Slayer. Yes, yes, yes. You understand me. You understand me. Jen, we sang Soundgarden to our babies. Spoon Man. Oh God, it's amazing how the kids turn out so well adjusted. Because man, what we do to them, I tell you, jeez. Oh man. But yeah, Mitsu. God, I loved her too. Again, another sign I was going to be gay. I was probably already gay by that time. Mm. Bye Bye Mo Cowboy was a lot of fun, but I liked La Corrida a lot on that first album. But later albums were even better. Unfortunately, she stopped recording music. She's more of a radio and a TV personality now. But a couple of years ago, she made another song called Vol, which was kind of fun. I'm not sure if it was a big hit or anything. Um, but yeah, she hasn't been in the studio making new music for the longest time, which is quite a shame. Because um, uh, even though she was staying in similar styles of music, I found that she was definitely maturing as an artist, and having um, uh, texts with slightly deeper meaning, and music that had a couple of extra layers or levels as her career progressed. So it would have been nice to see what it is that she could have. What she would have done more, but her career took her in other ways, and I'm guessing things that were more rewarding for her at the stage of life that she had achieved, than music specifically. But she's still a public personality and in the entertainment industry and all of that kind of stuff. So I mean, that's not. It's not that we don't see her anymore. Just we just don't get too much music from her anymore, unfortunately. Um, let's see what else. We see that kid Jen uh, is giving me a for some skinny puppy here. Yeah, everybody at school thought I was weird when I tried to make them listen to Skinny Puppy and see if they liked it. And I have to admit that even though I liked Skinny Puppy, I couldn't listen. It was very hard to listen to a full album beginning to end. I could like maybe you know take 4 or 5 songs in a row before I had to switch to something else. But I did like it. I did like it, but it was smaller doses because it's pretty intense. Hmm. Let's see who else. What else do we have here? Yeah, but just to sort of close off that loop with regards to my mom. Yeah. that's where everything, music, art, that type of stuff, that all comes from her. Um, Comedy, laughing, performing, that all comes from her as well. Um, she was pretty cool. She was pretty cool. And when I said she had a low voice, I mean, yeah, she really did have a low voice. She sang in a choir and she sang with the tenors. So uh, she would like start singing "Old Man River" and she'd start real low, and people would like, "Dang!" So I think her voice might have had more bass than I did when mine does. Well, not now that I've been practicing with the choir for a few years, and I've managed to expand my range, both lower and higher. But definitely younger. My mom could probably hit lower notes than I did. uh, the conversation in the chat has moved to high school dances with Kittle and Dam, saying all my high school dances ended with "Stairway to Heaven." Yep, same here. And as a kid, I could never understand it at all. I mean, I know it was a long song, and if it was going to be the only slow dance, particular back in the days of the late '80s or the '90s, where the guys would cup the girl under the bump cheek as they were dancing slow. Naughty, naughty. So maybe that's why, just because it was like an over 6 minute song or something, so you get to hold that position for a long time. But I mean, it's like after they after they get through that, that slow part, uh, that lasts for the first few minutes. Um, it's not really a slow dance song anymore. So yeah, that one always baffled me. But hey, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. So I danced the slow all the way through. Mm, there we go. Let's see what else do we have here in the chat. Jen asking about Skinny Puppy because Tim asked. She says, "Early Canadian industrial, very experimental sound, super weird and awesome." Yeah, that's pretty much how you. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's the way I would describe them too. But yes, it was one of those things because I was very much a pop music kind of kid. It wasn't all that much too much into the heavy metal of the day. Scorpions, Rat, Twisted Sister, all that kind of stuff. I like some of it, but not really. 'Cause to me, that was like, it's like I'm cool. Like I can listen to cool, edgy stuff too, right? But none of uh, none of my foster brothers at the time who were into the whole Van Halen and that kind of stuff. They like listen to like a couple of seconds of Skinny Puppy and it's like, what the heck is that? I also thought that the Beastie Boys would make me cool with them because I liked the Beastie Boys as soon as they came out, and everybody liked the song "Fight for Your Right to Party." But then some other people then left after that. After that. But I liked the rest of it, and I went out and got the album "Licensed to Ill." And when I was listening to it, okay, there's lots of guitars and there's some edgy stuff in it. So again, played it for my foster brothers, and it was like they were not into it at all in any way, shape, or form. Uh, so yeah, both times that I got into something that was a little edgy or had some rocking or some rocking stuff into it, I picked the stuff that the people around me didn't think was cool. But it turns out, after a few decades later, I was right. I did like the cool stuff. So there you go. Mm, let's see what it is. Kitla Nam, I'm almost afraid to ask if anyone remembers Nick Cave and the Murder Ballads. I do remember Nick Cave as a name, but for some reason I cannot associate any song title with him off the top of my head. But I don't remember and the Murder Ballads. Kitlan Dam, unfortunately. Huh. Kid Jen, I was a very weird goth in high school. I think I would have been too, but my foster parents would have never allowed me to wear the clothes. They were always worried because we were a foster home that neighbors knew we were a foster home, and therefore we couldn't be weird in any way because they didn't want the neighbors thinking that we were a house of delinquents. So when spiky hair came around, I wasn't allowed to have spiky hair, and when rat tails came around, I wasn't allowed to have those too. When people were getting their ear pierced, wasn't allowed to have that done too because only delinquents did that type of stuff. I made up for it later on in life because I've had my hair pretty much every single color. I've had an eyebrow piercing, I've had a belly button piercing, all that type of stuff. So, but yeah, I had my ears pierced, of course, as you can see since. But yes, it was. Um, but yeah, all the fashion type stuff. Because I think I probably would have been goth or punk in high school if my foster parents would have been okay with me dyeing my hair and wearing the clothes. But yeah, there was no way in hell that was going to happen. Oh man, Kitlin Am says the Murder Ballads was his big album. All the songs were about people who died. Huh? Interesting. I'm gonna have to check that one out. I'm not familiar with it, unfortunately. Jen says Beastie Boys was my goth detransition music. Kid PNC Bio says Paul's Boutique probably their coolest album. Ill Communication probably their most successful. Yeah, probably, probably. Yep, I would agree with that. PNC Bio was, and yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. And the fun thing, I don't know if I ever told you this guys, but back in high school, I went to a really cool high school. It was called Charlevoix in Ottawa. That doesn't the building still exists, but Charlevoix doesn't exist as a school anymore. It's now I think been taken over by the um, Anglophone Catholic School Board, and I think it's St. Pat's High School. That's that now. But it was a school that was built specifically for us back in the day for Franco-Ontarian students um, who were going to public schools and not private schools, and it had this big space on the main floor that went from one end to the school to the other. That was just whole open concept. So everybody was hanging out there, and we had a cafeterium. So we didn't have a cafeteria and an auditorium, but we had one that was combined. So we were all, you know, we were often together a lot. So at lunchtime, you would like be in we called it le mail, the mall, downstairs, and you would have all the cliques, in their various groups in various sections of the mall, and they had seating areas and stuff. So it was always designed for people to congregate and to converse. And I think this was done on purpose to keep you know, if you went to a French language high school in Ontario, if you were in the hallways between classes or at lunch or whatnot, and you were speaking English, there'd always be a teacher who would tap you on the shoulder and say, "Hey, en français," to remind you to speak French. Ah, Kit Elaine here. I know exactly where Charlevoix was. I went to Ridgemont in grade 11. Ah, right next door. Right next door. Yes, Ridgemont. Yes. Ah, I wonder if we were uh, high school neighbors around the same time. I think I was at Charlevoix, uh, 87 or 88 to 92. That area, that era. Yes, those word squares on the lawn. Exactly. There was a sculpture. It was a sculpture called "Windows to the World." So yeah, depending where you would like stand, there was sort of like a window frame that you'd look under. And I think those squares are gone. I think the people who took over the school removed them. And then the school was a whole bunch of weird colors. It was like purple carpets with red painted walls on one floor, and blue and green stuff like that. So very very colorful. And we had this. Back in the days, if you remember lofts, they would have all the piping. So they designed these big huge pipes, and they would paint them all these colors, and then have them all through. So it was like going to school in an acid trip, pretty much the kind of look. But yeah, it was a very social place. So we had ping pong tables out in the mall area at lunchtime, and people would play, and we had a whole bunch of events and all of our festivals. were our ethnic festivals and science festivals and arts festivals. And they were all in that area. But we had a student radio station as well that had been inactive for a while, and then a bunch of us decided that we were going to reactivate it. So that was that was fun because I did know a little bit about French music, but not a lot actually, which was kind of weird because all my schooling was in French, and I do consider myself to be a francophone, but I didn't really listen to that much French music. And with the radio station, because they were always encouraging us to speak in French and to promote francophone culture, that's where I got to develop my love of francophone artists as well. Because I didn't know other than René Simard, who I see like Tavi just whose name they just wrote up. Um, we didn't have much at home, and my which was again very weird because my mom's francophone. Right? Her last name is full francophone, but we didn't have that much French music at home, which was kind of interesting. I discovered that a little later on. But yeah, uh, and now I like music in all kinds of languages, even if I don't understand. I have uh, in my collection some music in Dutch and in there's Arabic music and Indian music and um, yeah, some Nepalese chant and things of the like. So, um, it's always better when you can understand the language. Of course, all the Latin languages. Um, but yeah, it's with music. Sometimes, even if you don't understand the words, a good song's a good song, and a meet, a melody, a mood will speak to you and will evoke things within. So it's but yeah, that was one of my favorite parts about high school was being one of the DJs at the student radio and the morning announcements and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, uh, you can't go wrong with the gift. You can't go wrong with the gift of music. You can't go wrong with the gift of languages. It says, exposing if your parents exposing kids to as much music as you can, and to as many languages as you can. It just you can't lose at all, at all, at all, at all. I say, other than the gift of life, the gift of music, and the gift of French are the two best gifts my mom ever gave me because they just opened up such big worlds to me, and my cultural life is so much more rich than it would have been had I not been introduced to all these forms of music. If it was very very limited, or I didn't have access to the entire uh, buffet of culture uh, that is francophone within Canada and then worldwide, right? I can go to Belgium, right? And fit in with the culture and speak the language and enjoy the music and understand what's being said and you know get all that experiential um, joy, right, at a much deeper level because I can actually understand a lot of the undercurrents. So yeah, music, languages can't go wrong. Uh, they've enriched my life, and you know a lot of my career came as a result of that, right? My love of music led to dance, which led to theater and acting and all that type of stuff, which kind of led to doing this, right? Not being shy in front of a camera and being able to speak extemporaneously. Um, and then um, the love of languages. Well, I mean, I'm in communications. Words are my life. Did simultaneous interpretation and translating, and even here, when this show started, and we were just doing once a week, and we're doing audio only. It's like I wrote all those scripts, beginning to end. Um, the word plays, the puns, that type of stuff. That was all me, right? I just love words. I love communication. I love how you can play with them and how you can use them and how you can put them together, combine them and pull them apart, and create new words. And, it's just everything about communication fascinates me. So, and all of these things ended up leading to being like jobs and careers and hobbies and things. So, um, yeah, you can't go wrong you really can't go wrong with music and languages. It just gives such a rich base from which to jump off and to have a really um, fun and creative, diverse life where you can, end up putting your thumb in a lot of different pies and getting um, a lot of growth out of it. Yeah, that's the way I would put it. Kids and cubs. Um, I love all that you are contributing in the chat, kids. Uh, Talking about school days and back at grade 13 and grade 12 and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I remember. I think I was in the last year or the before last year that there was grade 13. I think before they cut off the cohort. Um, if I'm not mistaken, I might have that wrong, but I know that they were talking about it around the time. But yeah, I did a grade 13 as well, and I have to say, I really liked grade 13. I really did. I do not know how kids are doing it now, going off to university immediately after grade 12. I found grade 13 to be just so extremely helpful in terms of getting in the habit of working in more independent ways, being treated more like an adult than a kid when it came to taking responsibility for having my studies. Um, the course material in grade 13 I found was so much different than it was in other classes in terms of opening your mind and expanding your mind and getting you uh, to be intrigued with the material and wanting to ask questions about it rather than just um, like for example, like let's say in history class, just tell me the date and what happened so I can remember it so I can regurgitate it back on the test and that's it. It's like no, I actually want to know why this happened and who was this and why did they do that and why couldn't you done something else instead, right? When we were able to get into some of those discussions from time to time, which we weren't doing as much in the earlier years. So, I mean, I haven't heard much complaints about it being gone since it's gone, but and I'm guessing that people are making the adjustment to university quite well. But I found that grade 13 or the OACs, as Kit PNCA Bio says here, OACs ruled, really, really, really did prepare me. Because I remember my foster parents telling me, it's like, yeah, it's like you're a straight A student right now. Like, you're getting, 93, 94, 95 average, that type of stuff. But when you get to university, then you're not going to be getting that anymore. Like this university professors are not like high school professors. Like this, whatever your A pluses are now are going to be like B minuses. Like, then you're going to have to work so much harder. And I don't know if it's because of the OACs, whatnot, but I didn't notice that big a transition when I got to university. My high school teachers in OAC were that much more demanding in OAC than they were in 12 whatnot. That again, I found the jump to not be so rough, and I did well grade wise in university as well. That which my foster parents told me turned out not to be true at all. So um, yeah, I don't know how the kids are faring today. But I, for one, was very grateful that it had existed and it did serve me quite, quite well indeed. Yeah, Kit PNC Bio, I'm with you. OAC's ruled you got to play university while still in high school. Pretty much. Yeah, it was like you got to practice here. That doesn't suck. That really doesn't suck. Mm. All right. Since we started talking about them a little earlier on, and we are talking about music, I'm gonna go back to the um, Grammy nominations list to see if I can find some here. I keep on seeing these articles that say full list, but I know often that it's not the complete list because it's like if you don't, if your list is not showing like Best album engineering non-classical. It's not the full list. All right, hold on. I have something on my screen here that's hijacking it. There we go. All right, here, according to NPR, here it says, since we're talking about the Grammys here, Beyoncé received 11 Grammy nominations Friday, breaking a tie to become the most nominated artist in Grammys history as the Recording Academy set the stage for next year's award show. The discourse and controversy surrounding her exploration of American identity, politics, and roots music on Cowboy Carter has, in the Academy's eyes, paid off. Beyoncé, who now has received 99 career nominations, leads the nominees for the 67th Annual Grammy Awards with nods across a multitude of genres, including Best Solo Pop Performance, Best Melodic Rap Performance, Best Americana Performance, and Best Country Performance in both the solo and group categories. Cowboy Carter and its single Texas Hold'em also earned recognition in main categories, including Album of the Year, a category Bey has infamously never won in the past, Song of the Year, and Record of the Year. Her competition in the latter reflects a heavy-hitting summer in pop music and includes Charli XCX's song 360, Billie Eilish's Birds of a Feather, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, Taylor Swift featuring Post Malone's song Fortnite, Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso, Chappell Roan's Good Luck Babe, and surprisingly, the Beatles' Now and Then. They had that remastered single that they had found at one point and was re-released, and I guess it was touched up and released, and it earned a Grammy nom as a single of the year. Charli, Billie, Kendrick, and Post trail behind Beyoncé with 7 nominations each, while Swift, Roan, and Carpenter racked up 6 nods. Notably, Carpenter and Roan are recognized in all 4 main categories: Song of the Year, Record of the Year, Album of the Year, and Best New Artist. Following a critical and commercial victory lap for both this year, bolstered by appearances at Coachella and opening gigs on international tours for Taylor Swift and Olivia Rodrigo. Other nominees for Best New Artist include psych groove trio, I have no idea how you pronounce that, Khruangbin, rapper Doechii, and pop singer Benson Boone, and country rap star Shaboozey, who celebrated a 15-week run at the top of the Billboard 100 with a bar song, Tipsy. I love that song. By the way. As for the album of the year, Andre 3000, who was with Outkast, is nominated for No Blue Sun, Cowboy Carter by Beyoncé, Short and Sweet by Sabrina Carpenter, Brat by Charli XCX, Jessie Volume 4 by Jacob Collier, Hit Me Hard and Soft by Billie Eilish, The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess by Chappell Roan, and The Tortured Poets Department by Taylor Swift. And the song of the year, that's for songwriting specifically, a bar song Tipsy, Birds of a Feather, Die with a Smile, which is a duet between Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars, the song Fortnite, Good Luck Babe, Not Like Us, a song called Please Please Please, also by Sabrina Carpenter, and Texas Hold'em. In the Best New Artist category, there's Benson Boone, Sabrina Carpenter, Doechii, Khruangbin, Ray. If you have not heard the song called Genesis by Ray, Raye, check it out, especially if you love jazzy type stuff. It's a song. It's quite a song, and it has a mood at the beginning, and it switches. Maybe about 4 minutes in, it's just under 7 minutes. I think I might, if I remember correctly, but it is very, very, very good if you like songs that start at one place and travel and ramble around and get to a whole other place, and especially if it has some jazzy influences, you'll really like it. Chappell Roan, Shaboozey, and Teddy Swims. Here you go. Let's see, for Best Pop Solo Performance, Bodyguard by Beyoncé, Espresso, Sabrina Carpenter, Apple by Charli XCX, Birds of a Feather by Billie Eilish, and Good Luck Babe by Chappell Roan. Best Pop Duo or Group Performance, a song called Us by Gracie Abrams featuring Taylor Swift, a song called Levi's Jeans by Beyoncé featuring Post Malone. Guess, I love that song, by Charli XCX and Billie Eilish. I really hope that one wins. The Boy Is Mine by Ariana Grande, Brandy, and Monica, and of course Die with a Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars. Best Dance or Electronic Recording for those who like that type of music, She's Gone Dance On by Disclosure, Loved by Fortet, Leave Me Alone by Fred Again and Baby Keem, Never Ender by Justice and Tame Impala, and Witchy by K Tranada. And the best dance pop recording for those who like to shake your rump. Make You Mine by Madison Beer, Von Dutch by Charlie XCX, L'amour de ma vie, Over Now extended edit by Billie Eilish, Yes and by Ariana Grande, love that song, and Got Me Started by Troye Sivan. Hmm, gee, there's some really, really good stuff nominated this year. In the rock category, Now and Then by the Beatles for Best Rock Performance, Beautiful People Stay High by the Black Keys, The American Dream is Killing Me by Green Day, Gift Horses by Idols, Dark Matter by Pearl Jam, and a song called Broken Man by Saint Vincent. For those who like metal, Gojira, who you might remember from the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. They have a song called Mea Culpa a Saira, Gojira and Marina Viotti and Victor Lamasne. Crown of Horns by Judas Priest, Suffocate by Knocked Loose featuring Poppy, Screaming Suicide by Metallica, and Cellar Door by Spirit Box. There you go. Let's see who else. For those that we were mentioning Nick Cave earlier, he has a nomination for Best Alternative Music Performance for a song called Song of the Lake, Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds on that one. And he also has a nominee for the Best Alternative Music Album for an album called Wild God. So there you go. There's some nominations for Nick Cave in there as well. Let's see, what else do we have in these nominations? Just scrolling through them because I don't want to read them all to you. That would take way too long. Best Rap Performance, Enough, Miami by Cardi B, When the Sun Shines Again by Common and Pete Rock featuring Post Dunas, Nissan Altima by Doechii, Houdini by Eminem, Like That by Future and Metro Boomin featuring Kendrick Lamar, Yaglo by Glorilla, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. Oh, Erykah Badu has a nomination in the Best Melodic Rap Performance for a song called 3 AM by Rhapsody featuring Erykah Badu. And I will definitely have to check that out because I do like her quite a bit. The Best Spoken Word Poetry album. There you go. So that's what I'm saying, when there's a lot of categories there. For those of you who like jazz, the Best Jazz Vocal Album, Journey in Black by Christy Dashiell, Wildflowers Volume 1 by Kurt Elling and Sullivan Fortner, A Joyful Holiday by Samara Joy, Milton and Esperanza by Milton Nascimento and Esperanza Spalding. Love her. My Ideal by Catherine Russell and Sean Mason. If you have not ever heard Esperanza Spalding yet, I give you permission to put this on pause and bring up a YouTube video of her singing and then come back. Also for jazz fans, for Best Jazz Performance, Walk With Me, Lord by the Baylor Project, Phoenix Reimagined by Lakeisha Benjamin featuring Randy Brecker, Jeff Train Watts, and John Schofield, Juno by Chick Corea and Bella Fleck. Two legends right there. Twinkle Twinkle Little Me by Samara Joy featuring Sullivan Fortner, and Little Fears by Dan Pugach Big Band featuring Nicole Zuraitis and Troy Roberts. So that's for the jazz stuff. There's a Latin jazz category, alternative jazz category. If you are like traditional pop music, A Fleur de Peau by Cyril Aimé is nominated. Visions by Nora Jones, the legendary Nora Jones. Good Together by Lake Street Drive, Impossible Dream by Aaron Lazar, and Christmas Wish by Gregory Porter is there as well. The Best Musical Theater Album, for those of you who like that, it's from the musicals Hell Kitchen, Merrily We Roll Along, The Notebook, The Outsiders, Suffs, and The Wiz. And there you go. Best Country Album, Cowboy Carter by Beyonce, F1 Trillion by Post Malone, Deeper Well by Casey Musgraves, Higher by Chris Stapleton, and Whirlwind by Lainey Wilson, if you happen to be into country. Then they have all the Americana countries, bluegrass, traditional blues album, contemporary blues, folk, all the music styles there, gospel, regional roots, Christian music, even contemporary Christian music, I should say specifically. If you're into Latin pop, Funk Generation by Anita, El Viaje by Luis Fonsi, Garcia by Kenny Garcia, Las Mujeres Ya No Lloran by Shakira, and Orquídeas by Cali Uchis. If you're looking for some stuff that has some Latin sabor to add to your collection over here. If you like African music, Tomorrow by Yemi Alade, MMS by Asake and Wizkid, Sensational by Chris Brown featuring Davido and Lojay, Higher by Burna Boy, and Love Me JJ by Thames. So there. If you like some reggae, Take It Easy by Collie Buds, Party With Me by Vibes Cartel, Never Gets Late Here by Shensia, Bob Marley, One Love, music inspired by the film, various artists, and Evolution by The Wailers are things that you might want to look to add to your collection. If you have kids, here's 4 albums that you might have been listening to this year. Brio Brio by Lucky Diaz and the Family Jam Band, Crescendo by Lucy Calentati and the Jazz Cats, My Favorite Dream by John Legend, and Solid Rock Revival by Rock for Children, and Worldwide Playdate by Divinity Rocks and the DV Rocks Kids. So you might be listening to that. If you're into comedy albums, Armageddon by Ricky Gervais, The Dreamer by Dave Chappelle, The Prisoner by Jim Gaffigan, Someday You'll Die by Nikki Glazer, and Where Was I by Trevor Noah. There you go. And let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, a best song written for visual media. So these are things that you would either find in movies, TV shows, or video games, for example. So Ain't No Love in Oklahoma by Jesse Alexander, performed by Luke Combs. A Better Place, performed by NSYNC and Justin Timberlake. That's from Trolls band Together. The first one was from the movie Twisters, the album. Movie Twisters. Can't Catch Me Now from The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. That was by Olivia Rodrigo. It Never Went Away from American Symphony, Jean Baptiste. And Love Will Survive from The Tattooist of Auschwitz, as performed by Barbra Streisand, actually. For those who like music videos, the music video for the song Taylor Swift, Tailor SWIF by ASAP Rocky, was nominated. 360 by Charlie XCX, Houdini by Eminem, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, and Fortnite by Taylor Swift and Post Malone. And then we're into the very, very specialty categories like Best Album Notes and Best Boxed or Special Limited Edition Package, Best recording package, that type of stuff. Best Historical Album, all the engineering stuff, the producers, instrumental compositions, a cappella compositions. Wow, they literally have category for everything. Opera, orchestra, choral performances, chamber music. We're at 94 so they have 94 categories in all. 94 categories. And since I didn't include anything for the lovers of classical music, Best Classical Music Solo Vocal Album, Beyond the Years, with Karen Slack as the soloist and Michelle Kahn as the pianist. A Change Is Gonna Come, Nicholas Fahn, soloist, Poliver Strings Ensembles. Human Bespoke Songs, Fotina Nakumenko is the soloist in that one. Show Me the Way, Will Liverman is the soloist and Jonathan King is the pianist. And Wagner, Wessen Donk Leider. Joyce D. Donato is the soloist, and Maxim Emelianichev is the conductor on that one. So there you go, kits and cubs. Some names, some titles if you're looking to add up to your musical list. But if you want the full list, and this one is actually the full list without tons of other articles, go to www.npr.org. So that's the news station. The news service, NPR. And for some reason, my screen is not scrolling as fast as I would like to. And just look up their article for the 2025 Grammy nominations complete list. It actually is the complete list, Kids and Cubs. I'm actually surprised that there's no nomination for Tate McRae this year because she's had a very, very, very good year. She's a Canadian singer with some really huge hits and some good videos and big appearances on big stages, but apparently not this year for her, which is a bit of a shame because she has been putting in the work. I will definitely admit, Kids and Cubs. All right, Kids and Cubs, if you have anything else that you would like to chat about, please suggest it in the chat here for the show. I will have another little sip over here. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a quick little break that will give me the time to go to the little Beaver's room and grab myself a quick little munchie that I can come back and join you with. And while I'm away, take time to top up your libation and think of a couple of topics that you would like to discuss and put them in the chat, and I will check them out when I'm back. Okay? Please stand by. Your beaver will return. I am having troubles. All right. And we are back. There we go. Thank you so much for your patience while I took a little break. I hope that you're all still here. I'm looking through the chat again. Kit PNC and Bio. The students at Canterbury had to go through my Pat Metheny and see our phase 1 month in the morning announcements. Yeah, yeah. He's actually on tour right now, by the way, Kit PNC and Bio. If you're interested in seeing him and looking him up somehow. I know he's going to be in Kingston at the end of November at some point because when I went to go see the Fabulous Thunderbirds, thanks to the Ray Girl, they had announced it during that concert uh, that he would be coming. So that's pretty exciting. There was a big ooh in the audience when that was announced. There you go. Uh, oh, Kitchen got a skedaddle, folks. The garden is calling to me. Make our garden great again. There we go. All right. So I missed your departure, but goodbye, Jen. Uncover the News has an update for us. Traffic is once again flowing across the Ambassador Bridge near the Canada-US border following a police investigation. There you go. Good news. Thank you so much for the update. I appreciate it. Kit Tim, I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it anymore, and what it is seems weird and scary. It'll happen to you. Kit PNC bio about the Grammy nominations. Pearl Jam, Green Day, Judas Priest. I think I've fallen and hit my head. I know, right? It's like there was a time that that type of music was considered too lowbrow for the Grammys, but sure, that isn't the case anymore. Tom Trask agrees with me. Esperanza Spalding is awesome. Kit Linda M. Check out Nick Cave. He's a creepy looking dude. Kid Christian. Salut! Salut mon pote! Comment ça va? So glad that you joined us. Thanks for being here. Uh, Undercover the News says, Baby Lasagna Rim Tim Taggy Dim is a good song. I do not know it at all. I do not know it at all. Okay. I think Kit PNC Bio was suggesting as a conversation starter, best marketing blurb, maybe? Yeah, please tell me if that was a suggestion, Kit PNC Bio. Yes, Kit Tabby G. I missed the start. Is Paul not feeling well? Yes, his back is hurting. I just, yeah, and as I was saying it, I just saw on cover the news say it right below. His back is hurting. There you go. All right, my cell phone was right when I left. Okay. Oh, uncover the news. Tony Todd, star of Candyman, Final Destination, dies at 69. I'm not familiar because I did not watch the Candyman movies. Because to be totally honest, Kids and Cubs, the trailer when I was at the time age I was at the time it came out scared the living daylights out of me. So the trailer was enough to nope. And it's not like I don't like scary movies. Yeah, I've seen many of the Halloweens, few of the Friday the 13th, a lot of the Screams, that type of stuff. But there was something about that one that just was, yeah, I don't know, a little too real, little too real. And I keep on every now and then there's an article that pops up, and every now and then it's like it's like why Candyman was so different than the others. I've seen the Nightmare on Elm Streets too, but yeah, Candyman apparently was particularly special. Kitland M. I introduced Final Destination to my husband this year. Never seen any of them. See, those are ones I can't watch. Stuff like that maybe could be. I guess probably not, but could, because none of us are really smart enough to know really whether or not. Those ones really freak me out. They stay in my head. So things like demonic possessions, poltergeists, Ouija boards, uh, if you cheat fate, fate comes and gets you, and that type of stuff. That the Sixth Sense, that type of stuff really, really, really freaks me out. Stuff that's gore, like the Hostels and stuff like that, that doesn't attract. I'm just not gore. Gore doesn't do anything for me. But it's like if you um, if you go up here with me, that really gets me. Seven, even though not technically a horror film, for me was a movie like that that's creeped me out because the manner in which, because you kept on arriving at the scenes after people had died, and then you're getting the clues with the investigators, and you're building the scene in your head, and you're imagining what happens because they never actually show the people dying in that movie. But what you can imagine in your head is always way worse than anything that they could actually show you, even with all the special effects and makeup in the world, right? So, yeah, those are the things that keep me up at night when I go see a movie. Oh man. So yeah, Final Destination was one of those. That's like, nope, 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 no, no, thank you. Nope, don't need to see this. Don't need to see this series of films. I know I will be scared. Oh man, Kit Lane's with me on that one. Gore is also a nope for me. Yeah, I don't know why that. I don't know why gore doesn't necessarily do it for me. It's not like I'm squeamish, and it's not like I'm a prude, but I also, maybe it's because that thing, I don't need to see everything. They call it functioning by ellipse, uh, where they don't show you the stuff, but they give you everything that you need to know to be able to figure it out or imagine or paint a picture yourself without them actually. That that type of stuff is always. Uh, More effective. I remember when I was watching The Sixth Sense, the whole maybe first half of the movie to maybe a little more than half, until you start figuring out that there's another layer to this. The entire time, my palms were cold, and the hair on my forearms was standing up because everything was just so weirdly creepy. It's not like anything scary was happening, but they were just like slowly, very so slowly, just building up, and it was just there was just this overall creepiness that made you wonder like when it is that something is going to pop out from around the corner to go "Blah," right, and because you had a feeling that when I was watching the movie, I had a feeling like it's only going to happen once. It's only going to happen once, so I have to no. And it's probably gonna come like, oh, it's just lovely day in the park, type moment. So, and it wasn't that type of film ultimately, um, which was kind of, and then I was very cool uh, for me. So that's why it stuck with me. And of course, almost anything with Toni Collette for me is a winner because I don't think I've ever seen her. Actually, you know what? That's not true. I was going to say I don't think I've ever seen her in anything bad. I saw the movie Heredity or something like that. That was just so stupid. I was reading these reviews that was praising, was lauding it, and it was like so brilliant and all. And I went and don't not get me wrong, she was fantastic in it, right? And I get the premise, I get the movie and all that kind of stuff. I get it. Like this, but I just like when it was done, the only thing I could think of was, wow, that's like X number of hours of my life I won't get back. And I almost never, ever, ever, ever think that when I go and see a movie. Almost ever. My mom would think that for often enough, but not me. But that one was like one of the few times in my life I said, that was just dumb. Like I could hear my mom's voice actually saying it. And I'm sure I'm being overly harsh. I must have been in a bad mood or something that day, or just not receptive. Because I mean, everybody loved it, but it did not do it for me on that day at all. But Toni Collette, um, she's just I if there's something in it and I know she's in it, I will go see it, and I don't have to read or see anything about it. And odds are, up until I saw that one, I knew for sure it was going to be good. I didn't have to know anything about it. I knew it was going to be good. But exactly, yeah, Kit Elaine, fantastic in a bad movie is almost an oxymoron, and they say the same thing to us on stage. If you're rehearsing for a play, and at some point you realize along the way that this one's going to be a real stinker, be the best thing in a bad show. Some people have won Tony Awards being the best thing in a bad show. So yeah, it's like the show ran for 5 shows totally, but yeah, she wins the Tony. It sucked, but she was good in it. Oh man. So yeah, horror, yeah, horror movies that way are a bit are a bit strange. That they can be very hit or miss for me that way. But I do like I do like them, but they have to be like within a style, a certain uh, genre. Because like the first Saw was freaking amazing. Because never watched any of the ones that came after because all the rules, right? The rules, the deaths have to be more numerous and they have to be gorier and they have to be more elaborate with bigger setups and all that kind of stuff. Um, and at one point, um, Saw, you know, based on the first one, is a pretext for a gore fest. So when I saw the commercials for the second one and some of the contraptions, it's like, yeah, it looks like they're going the way of gore, and leaving uh, the psychological element, which was uh, and like how human are you element, that was very very key on the first one that made it so successful. So I've never bothered to seeing any of the other ones. You can tell me in the chat if I'm wrong, if the other ones are in the same style as the first, but I would assume that that's only something that you can really do once very well in a series. Uh, and not be able to recreate that type of moment. So certain films are better being. Lots of films lend to sequels, but there are certain that lend themselves to just being standalone. Like Kittle and M, I fell asleep during the first. I can see that. I can see that because like it wasn't paced. The movie was a bit of a bait and switch in a way, right? It's like Scream was for me. Scream started out like as the typical sort of slasher thing, but then you had all the tongue-in-cheek moments that made it such that okay, this is a little different, and then at the end, you kind of figure out it's like okay, this is actually a whodunit murder mystery disguised as a horror movie. That's kind of freaking cool. That's a play and a twist on genres, but. So yeah, Saw really much looked like this almost absurdist, existential sort of dramatic thing, with some very eerie and super dark undertones. Uh, but in that situation, what would you do uh, until eventually, you know, uh, someone puts their foot on the accelerator a little bit and some stuff starts to happen. But for the first bit, yeah, you could actually like, wow, this is like this some sleepy weird art house stuff, and then it's like, oh. So uh, I liked I liked Saw, but I didn't think it could probably be recreated in that way. Since we are talking about movies, Kids and Cubs, there's one I want to talk to you about if you haven't seen it yet. And I'm I could talk about this one within the context of the morning show as well too, because even though this show is not about politics, the movie, um, well, not about politics as we think about them, are uh, definitely about politics. Um, in the setting in which it is established, um, but also has some themes relative to what's going on in society today. It's a film that had a relatively small budget. You can't see it on Netflix yet because I believe it's released strictly in the cinemas still for a while. It had a very small budget, but is performing very well. And if you haven't seen it yet, I would highly, highly recommend that you use some of your dollar and you take some of your time and go see it. And that movie is Conclave. Um, Not a high action, high octane, high adrenaline flick like Die Hard or anything, um, but a really cool political movie because for those who don't know, because you might not be familiar with it or not of the religion in the Roman Catholic faith, when a pope dies, they have to choose a new pope, and they host what's called a conclave. So all I think it's the cardinals from all around the world come together, and they are sequestered, and they are not other than a couple of people that are running things who need to know what's going on. No news from the outside world gets in. No news from the outside. No news from the conclave gets out. Um, and there are votes, sometimes several votes per day, sometimes up to 4 votes per day. Um, and there isn't a pope until there's a certain threshold of the votes that are met. I can't remember if it's a 2/3 majority or something of the sort. Um, but those cardinals are together the entire time. There's the voting room in which they're in, but then they're in the courtyards or in the dining areas, and they're always eating and they're chatting and talking to each other. Uh, and they just keep voting until there's a decision. So if there's no decision, so it could take 90 votes, 120 votes, 32 votes, 3 votes. They keep voting until there's a decision. It just doesn't stop, and they are not let out of sequestration until there is a decision. Um, and one of them is going to be Pope, and some of them want to be. Oh, Kitland M, a conclave would be a great setting for a locked room murder mystery. Yes. What? That's kind of cool. Um, So, some are campaigning actively, some really want it, some are more traditionalist, some are more progressive, all that type of stuff. Uh, Everybody has a past. So things come up. And yes, Kit Lane says they vote until the white smoke shows. So whenever they vote and they don't have a decision, people that are out in the courtyards looking, the only way they communicate to the outside world is by smoke, and there's smoke that comes out. All the votes, uh, they're written, and then they're all put together, and then they're burned. And they're burned with the chemical that either produces black smoke or white smoke. And if it's black smoke, it means we don't have a pope. And if it's white smoke, it means we do. I guess, and usually when there's a white smoke, everybody cheers. And I'm not sure if there's a bell that rings or whatnot that announces that they're going to find out, but people gather and like wait for it, right? It's a thing. So yeah, this movie you have various camps that either themselves ambitiously want to be the next pope, or people who don't want to be the next pope, but seem to have a lot of support from their peers anyway, whether they want it or not. Uh, and you see all the machinations and things, and potential scandals. And yes, in the movie, the Pope died, and I think somewhat unexpectedly. Um, but yeah, um, great movie. Um, John Lithgow is in it. If you know him as an actor, he was like the commander on Third Rock from the Sun. He was the priest in Footloose, if you remember. Um, if you saw Cliffhanger with Sylvester Stallone, he was the villain in that one. Exceptionally good actor. He's in that. Ray Fiennes is in it. He's the lead in that one. Stanley Tucci is in it. Isabella Rossellini is one of the nuns. Um, the acting is superb. The writing is great. Like I said, it's a slow movie, right? Because I mean, it's not like anybody. It's not like there are fist fights and car chases, and right. It's a conclave. They're old men. Um, but it's I guess you would call it. It's not a psychological thriller in that. Um, someone's gonna die and they're playing games with your head. But there is psychology. Dan wants me to say Tucci again. Stanley Tucci, who makes a mean Negroni, by the way. Uh, During COVID, he became quite famous. He wasn't famous, not like he wasn't famous already, but for his mixing, his mixology specifically. um, but I do very, very, very highly recommend it. You will not be disappointed if you like good drama, if you like good acting, if you like good writing, uh, a good story. Um, yes, Conclave is part of the premise for the Angels and Demons movie. That is correct. Yes, that is correct. Angels and Demons and the Da Vinci Code, both written by Dan Brown, I think it is. Uh, but yes, uh, yes, exactly. But this one is strictly only about the conclave, and there's no extra like additional mystery. It's strictly like who's going to be pope. Here are the candidates. What's in their pasts? How are they maneuvering? How are the votes changing from vote to vote? What does that mean? How do people react as votes change, as their vote tally goes up or down? Like as some people need to pull out of the race and some that type of stuff, right? So very, very, very very good movie. I recommend it, and I like movies, but I go to them far less frequently than I used to. So I typically only see, uh, I would say, fewer than 10 movies in a theater in a year, maybe, and sometimes even five. So if something catches my attention enough that I do want to go see it in an actual movie theater, and that it really resonates me, I like to share it with you. So yeah, if that's your style of movie, dramas, good acting, solid writing, uh, you know, um, uh, personal debates, that type of stuff, um, morality issues, that type of stuff, uh, people, uh, people's relationship to power, then you will really like Conclave a lot. A lot. I highly recommend it. All right. Um, as well, kids and cubs, if you are into the sports, like our good friend Mr. Grizzly is, and I hope that as he is resting his back, he might be getting himself ready to take in some football from the CFL because it is an extremely big weekend here in Canada for the CFL because it we are in the run to the Grey Cup, Hits and Cubs. And in that run to the Grey Cup, I believe this is second week, if I am not mistaken. So semifinals, and there are four teams playing today. And if you get the impression that I am stretching, I am indeed, because that which I am on to try and look up the matchups to be able to share them with you is being a little temperamental and capricious at the moment and not letting me do what it is that I would like to do. So, but it is now working, so I can get back on topic with you, kids and cubs. So there we go. And no, it is not working. I lied. I lied. I lied. All right. So anyway, there are two matchups today in the CFL on the road to the Grey Cup, two semifinals. I believe that. Oh, come on, computer, work with me today. Having a lot of difficulty at the moment for some reason. Um, if I remember correctly, I believe that it is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. No, I was wrong. Yes, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers taking on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. at 6:30 p.m. And currently, we're in halftime between the Toronto Argonauts and the Montreal Alouettes. And right now, the Argos are leading 21-16. It was a 7-3 in the first quarter, 14-13 in the second quarter for 21-16. So the Montreal Alouettes started slow, but seemed to be finding their game a little more. 5 points behind, not even full touchdown. So that's still quite a close match. And it was announced today, if you are a Grey Cup fan, that the city of Calgary will be hosting the Grey Cup Festival for 2026. So a little bit of breaking news for you, Kits and Cubs, but be interesting to see what the final matchup is there. That the Saskatchewan Roughriders are still in it, I know makes a lot of people quite happy because I know that the CFL teams definitely have their fans. Uh, but from what I can say from the outside looking in, it would seem to me that the Saskatchewan Roughriders fans are the ones that are probably the most dedicated to their team. I could be wrong. Not trying to invite heat from people who support other teams, uh, not in the least. But those Saskatchewan fans, man, they're all in. That's all I will say. They are literally all in. All right. If you'll pardon me for a second, while I just take a little sip of water and clear my throat. So I'm going to put myself on mute for a second so you don't hear me cough. As you can hear on my hearing my voice, I was getting a little dry there. And Kitlinda M, yes, that's the other thing I did want to mention. Tomorrow night is Game 3 of the Canada-U.S. Rivals Series of women's hockey. They're tied 1-1 in the series. Canada won in a shootout last night. This game is taking place in the States, after which they return to Canada. I believe it is later. It's not immediately, and I think there's a bit of time in between for the two final matches, if I'm not mistaken on that. Give me a couple of seconds. I will look that up for you, Kits, because I had taken a little note of that during the break, because even during the break, I was scanning stuff so I could be sure that I would bring you the latest. Because that's just the kind of beaver I am, Kits and Cubs. You know, if there's something that I can be the first to bring you. I do quite enjoy playing that role in your lives. But yes, they will be played in Canada in February, it is. And the game tomorrow is in Boise, Idaho. That hotbed of hockey. Oh, man. I tell you. Ah, jeez. All right. Other things that we have going on for you. Um, I'm wondering. Oh, by the way, Kits and Cubs, please, since it's for our morning show, but as you know, Remembrance Day is coming up, and hopefully, if everything goes well, tech willing, we will have a Remembrance Day special with Kit Hugh coming in, and he will bring a guest of his own, an actual veteran, and we'll be able to have a discussion with him, which I believe Kit Hugh will lead, and we'll participate as we can. But yes, we are going to hear from a veteran themselves about their experience. Uh, and maybe some thoughts about what they think about what's going on in Canada today. So we're very, very much looking forward to bringing you that. I'm not sure whether or not it's going to be live on the morning show on the 11th, or whether or not we're going to have to record it and bring it to you on the next day. But I am hoping we will be able to do it for the 11th itself. So, kids and cubs, if you have the will, the inclination, and the opportunity, I would really ask uh, if there is someone in your family, in your life, or even a friend that you know has served, and you want to give them a shout out to say thank you. Um, Please write to us and let us know about them. A little bit about your relationship to them, and if you know anything about their service, please do share it. And we would be quite happy to include that in our Remembrance Day coverage. Also, if you don't happen to have anyone that you'd like to whom you'd like to give a shout out, but you'd like to share with us what it is that Remembrance Day means to you, and how it is that you observe uh, why it is, you know, uh, it matters to you. Please send us that as well, and we will include that because we would like it's a day for us to commune and share, and I would like it for it to be a day where we don't just talk at you, but that we can include you somehow in the show. Also, if you would have any questions for a veteran, a World War II veteran, send them to us. And I'll see if I can work them in during the interview. So please do that by writing to us at truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. Put Remembrance Day in the subject line. Mr. Grizzly will ensure that they get to me, and we'll find some way to include your input in the show. Uh, I really, really appreciate those of you who will take the time to do that. It does mean a lot to me, and I would really be interested in your perspectives. So thank you so much for that. Um, Also, since we're doing some stuff related to the morning show, a gentle correction that I had intended to mention for a long time, and then I guess I got lost track of it, and I saw it the other day as I was going through some stuff and clearing it. But Kit Christian, who I believe is here today, uh, said that we needed to give a gentle correction to Mr. Grizzly the other day. On the show, we were talking about the TV show Superstore. He was talking about the Canadian actress who played Dina on the show, and Paul thought that she was from Saskatchewan, but she's not. She's actually from Belleville, in Ontario, and her name, because we didn't remember it at the time, is Lauren Ash. And Kit Christian says that Lauren Ash is actually a friend of his, so that's how he knows. So, trusted source and authority. There you go. Thank you, Kit Christian, for keeping us clear on the information. I'm so sorry it took some while to get it mentioned. But get it mentioned, we did do, because we do like to be factually correct on our show. We pride ourselves on that, our efforts to be factually correct as much as possible. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here, kids and cubs? Oh, yes. Uh, I didn't. I was looking for some other information, so I had actually left the chat. Let's see what you have said here since I moved away. Toronto Dan says, I watched the last conclave live on TV. I'm not religious, but quite the intriguing process. Yeah, it's like I said, it's fascinating. That's why I'm saying it's like, if you're a fan of politics, it is like a political thriller in a way, in that sense. Uncover the News says, Agatha all along was good. I have seen promotions for it. I have not watched anything yet, and I actually have no idea what it's about in any way, shape, or form. Hmm. Linda M. Then the PWHL will be starting. Can't wait. Agreed. I'm very excited by that. I'm excited by the NSL as well, the soccer league that will be starting. And I heard somewhere that it looks like there's a women's baseball league that will be starting as well soon. I'm not sure if that's a Canadian thing or whether Canadians will have a team, whether or not that will just be American. But it seems that there's another, a women's baseball league that will be starting also with 6 teams, and it seems that the PWHL Looks like they're seeking to expand to at least 8 teams relatively soon. So that would be kind of cool. Hmm. Maybe they'll put a team in Quebec City. They have the Videotron Center over there, which is pretty nice. And Quebec does have a bit of a hockey history. This- And I don't know for the other one. Like as I keep on saying, yeah, I think I said at the time, I might have mentioned it on the show. I kind of have a soft spot for Hartford because they lost their team as well, and would be kind of cool to have some hockey there. But you know, Detroit is one of the original Big Six in the men's league, and uh, big market. Chicago is also a big market, so those might be um, more appealing marketing wise to have a bigger population pool. But yeah, the PWHL seems to be doing rather well indeed. And Uncover the News has a Belleville, but I'm not quite sure uh, what for. Yes, Kitlinda, Winnipeg is up for one too. That is true. Yes, indeed, indeed. Right. Kit PNC and Bio goes to Kit Linda, and I'm going to read it to everyone anyway. We have been totally uninterested in Marvel movies, but ended up seeing Deadpool and Wolverine. It was amazing, but I think we're good for another 10 years. You know what? I'm with you there on Kitsy Bio. That's not my genre of movie whatsoever. I have ended up seeing a few of them. Um, uh, some of them just by circumstance. Uh, the family into which I am, for lack of a better word, married, are a big fan of the Marvel stuff. So sometimes there's a family movie thing, and I end up going. So that's how I've seen a couple of them. So the Infinity Wars, and then the one that was either just before or after that. But I did get to see uh, Doctor Strange, I think it was, and that one I really liked. I have to admit. Now, might have to do with the fact that Tilda Swinton is in it, and I love Tilda Swinton. Again, I don't think she's ever in anything bad. Um, but that one was had different types of layers to it. I understand it's all Marvel universe, but was it like space aliens and rockets and like it was other type of thing, other type of mood vibe, and I did like that very much. So it would seem that in the Marvel universe there might be something for a little bit of something for everyone, uh, because I also you know when I saw Ant-Man and the Wasp, that did not appeal to me in any way, shape, or form. Right? um, yeah, and I think I saw the Thor one with that had Natalie Portman, the first one. Um, so that actually made the Infinity Wars or whatever the ones funnier for me because Thor playing video games and having a beer gut was kind of fun. uh, But yeah, not particularly in my genre, but I did find something. If you look long enough, I did find something I did like within it. Kit Linda M goes, Doctor Strange was my favorite of the whole franchise. Well, there you go. That's because you have exceptionally good taste, of course. That's why you're one of our originals, right? Uncover the news. Oh, good. I missed this when I was putting it out. Um, Jimmy Carter could end up being the oldest person to win a Grammy Award for Best Audiobook Narration and Storytelling Recording. Carter, a devout Christian, is nominated for an album compilation of his final Sunday school lessons at Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, where he taught for decades. That's cool. That is cool. I would like to see that. I would like to see that happen. Especially since the guy decided that he wanted to live long enough to vote for Kamala Harris, and then she didn't win. I know this is a political thing. I'm so sorry, but that's not what I meant. It was like, given that you know, experienced that disappointment, a Grammy win is good balm, good salve for the sore. There you go. Oh, oops. I have a little bit of water here. Mm, my throat is getting a little dry. It's I guess when you lose your co-host and you have to do much more of the talking, it your mouth gets dry a little faster than it would normally. Oh well, then it happens. No big deal. Um, I'm going to. I know I've talked about him already a lot during the show, but uh, I think as we get ready to conclude for the day, um, my uh, when it comes to my sweetie, um, yeah, one of the reasons he is so special to me specifically um, is because the relationship I had right before him, unfortunately, was not a happy one. It wasn't that long; it was just a little bit over a year, um, but it wasn't a happy one. I would even go far as saying it was psychologically abusive, uh, rather much so. Um, and when it ended, um I had made a decision for a while to be my own boyfriend. I think I've mentioned this in another show or another episode or somewhere along the way. Um, and I was maybe 35 or 36 at the time. Uh, and I tried to find a relationship for the first 6 years of my 30s. And they would all peter out at about a year to a year and a half. And I decided that that's it. I just wasn't going to be looking for one for the rest of my 30s. I would be my own boyfriend. I would take myself to the places I want to go. Like the song goes, I can buy myself flowers, right? All that stuff. And then when I hit 40, I would put myself back on the market again. Um, so I was 39 and a half in 1 week. um, when I bumped in to my Beaver sweetie. Now, I had wanted to meet him for quite a long time because I'd seen this picture on my friend's Facebook feeds about 6 months prior. I hadn't met him yet, and I thought he was just the cutest thing. Um, so I knew I would meet him eventually through my friends, Um but I did want. I was intrigued and wanted to know who he was, but I didn't really know much about him. Um, so yeah, we met, and it was just instant. It was just instant. Um, I know that some of you nickname me Snuggless because you know I like snuggles, and I have that T-shirt that says "I would cuddle you so hard." And, and don't get me wrong, I do love my cuddles and snuggles. I keep on hoping that they're going to make it an Olympic event because I swear I'm bringing home the gold for Canada if they make cuddling an Olympic event. It's my jam. It's my jam. Um, um, but you know that's they keep on telling you like, how do you know? It's like when you know, you know. Um, my favorite place in the world is in his arms. The happiest moment of every single day is when he lays in bed next to me or I lay next to him, and you know and we big spoon, little spoon, and everything gets calm, and all the fear. If there's any fear, if there's any trouble, if there's anything, it all just disappears. Uh, I'm held. I'm saved. I'm loved it, by someone who's wonderful, and who thinks I'm wonderful. which doesn't suck. Uh, so, I know, and over the years, your relationship evolves, and you have bumps, and you have good times, you have bad times, you have disagreements, you have joys, you have moments of growth. And this year has been tough. This year has been tough. It hasn't been tough between us. I mean, it has in a way because uh, when someone's not doing well, uh, you know, patience can be short, time to time. Um, but you know, it's not about you, right? It's not a problem between us. It's a huge stressor that's external to us, but that's causing problems, and then things manifest themselves. And it's always tough when those among us who are the gentlest, the more sensitive, the uh, if you would divide people into weeds and orchids, those that are a little more orchid-like, when they are struggling, uh, it can take a lot out of them. It can really take a lot out of them. Um, and there have been some moments that I have seen them as unhappy as I have ever seen them in our entire relationship, and that just breaks your heart because there's nothing in this particular situation. There's nothing you can do about it, right? I can't take away the pain, the car accident that happened. I can't make it unhappen, right? You can only be there and be available and try to be the best support that you can be and try to be there, leading with love. But when someone's going through that, they can go through some dark times and some dark spaces, and you can feel it bringing you down a bit too. Um, and when I'm saying that we've had some tough moments, I mean it in that sense. There have been some moments that have been tough where I've been feeling, um, I know you're going through a lot, but there's a certain amount of darkness and negativity, and I'm really, really hardwired for optimism. And like, I know I'm your person, and I want to be your person, but it's a lot for one person, which is probably why you're sharing it because it's a lot for you. So it's probably a lot for two people. So um, we've had some serious conversations, and we've taken some steps uh, to go look into stuff, um, and getting some help. Um, not for us as a couple, uh, but for my Beaver sweetie, so that uh, you can try to get over this section, this hard passage of life. And I'm happy to say that things are much lighter than they have been in June, July, and August, and most of September. Um, much lighter. Um, and I think you might be able to tell from my demeanor and disposition. It's not that I'm trying to hide it because you've known that there's been stuff going on, um, but I am hardwired for optimism. So and I do believe that if you uh, make your best efforts to try to present the happy face, that by osmosis or something, or you can trick yourself into actually being happy. Um, but I wanted to take some time to thank you guys because whether you know it or not, you've been a wonderful support. My daily rendezvous for you is a moment with you is a moment of happiness in my life. So it gives me a little oasis. It gave me a little oasis during this time that's been particularly rough. So thank you for all that you have done for me during this period. Um, it's like I'm gonna put my arm around you. And go, I love you, man. I love you, damn fam. But I do, I do. Um, but I have to give my sweetie a really, really, really big shout out because despite going through all this and there being moments that have just I don't even have the words to describe them. I don't think I've ever experienced a moment like that myself personally. I have been plenty sad and down and whatnot, but nothing PTSD like, right? Um, he's dealt with a lot this year. Um, and even though there have been moments where he has been overwhelmed and things have spilled over, either in terms of his mood or, uh, there's been an argument that's risen out of something. Um, and even though sometimes he's taken a couple of days to check out and go cocoon now and then, he keeps getting back up and making a new plan and trying something new and trying something different. He sticks with it. He sticks with it. And it's not like he doesn't want to give up every now and then. We've had the conversations. It's like, what if I gave up? That's not on life. Let's be clear on that. But, on certain pursuits or whatnot. And, we talk about it honestly because it would be a big step and we do have to consider it. Is- But he picks himself up, as the song goes. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and start all over again. So I have nothing but the greatest admiration. Even I will admit, had moments. There've been a couple of moments this year where I've thought, "Oh my God, I can't no more. I can't no more. It's too much." Um, but then, in those moments, did something that was a little self care for me, right? Re-energize and come back to the fight. Like I said, we have a relationship where we can be honest like that. It's like, "Oh, sweetie, you know, uh, I know you need me, but like for the next day or two, you're going to have to self-regulate because I'm on overload." So I'm not saying no. I'm just saying not now, right? Uh, and he's good. He can understand that, right? Um, so despite all the difficulties, we've grown closer, um, and I love him more. And I didn't think it was possible. I did not think it was possible to love this man more than I do, but I do. I love him. I love him. I love him. He's my boo. He's my person. He's my human. Uh, and yeah, so I want this one to be special. I want them all to be special, of course. But I want this one to be special. I want him to feel so loved uh, and so adored, and because he is. Um, but there's a difference between knowing it and knowing it, right? You know what I mean? Difference between knowing it in your head and knowing it in your heart. I want him to know it in his soul today. So there's a it's not just the flowers, right? It's not just the flower under the cloche. It's the intentionality behind it and the amount of love that went into it. You know, while I was deciding on it and buying it and waiting for it to be prepared and waiting to give it to him, and it's uh, it's all of it. All of that goes into it, right? At least for me, preparing the gift. Hopefully, it's received that way with all of it as well. Um, but that's all the intention that I'm putting in this. You know, being present when we're at dinner tonight. You know, engaging in wonderful conversation and hearing what it is that he has to say, enjoying a good meal, sharing some laughs. It's and there'll be more. We'll be doing more to celebrate this, but we've learned a lot about each other this year, which is kind of interesting because you think, you know, after 12 years together, not that there's nothing you can't learn about each other, because I mean that's not true. We're all really, really deep wells. But there are years that it's just sort of like, it's go with the flow, and there are years that you have some growth spurts, I guess, as a couple. Like this, and when you can get through challenging times together, while you grow closer. And yeah, that happened to us this year. But we've and um, don't let me paint this like I'm some kind of saint or angel or whatnot. I lost my cool a couple of times this year as well. um, I raised my voice a couple of times, right? Uh, there are a couple of times I wasn't the only one calling boundaries now and then. Alex had to call it a couple of times too. Um, but when you are so convinced that your person is indeed your person, and if it should happen that you are at far from your best, I won't say that you're at your worst, but as close to your worst as you can be without being at your worst. Let's just say far from at your best. Um, all of that is needed. All of that stuff of what you built is needed, um, to feel safe going to that place, knowing that the person that you love is not going to leave you, or is not going to be scared by it. And that's where real love is. That's where real love is. That's the We were talking about movies earlier. There's one scene in one movie, might have mentioned it on a previous show, that makes me cry all the time, and it's in the movie Titanic, when the boat is going down, and they're showing the montage of all the different people of different classes in different rooms in different parts of the boat are preparing for what they know is coming. And there's just a couple of seconds, but one of the scenes in that montage is an old man and an old woman. You probably assume they've been married for 50 years, 60 years. Yes. And they decide that they are going to go down, lying in bed together, snuggled, big spoon, little spoon. And that's the precise moment in the movie, no matter how many times I watch it, where I start bawling my eyes out, and then I cry till the end. But there's something about that moment, everything in that moment, a love that has lasted decades, generations. I guess, and in that last moment, all you want to be is together. The only place you want to be is holding each other. All the fights, all the arguments, all that stuff like disappear, and it's only about the love. I'm a romantic that way. So yeah, we've gotten through a heavy time, and things are getting better. Um, we're not just wishing for things to get better. We are taking steps to make sure that things get better, um, and things are positive. I am happy to report. So I like nourishing a trend, and right now the trend is positive. So it is my hope that this little eternity rose, he will receive it and know. He will just know everything that's in it, everything that's behind it, what it represents, and that will be some fuel for him for the next steps to come. I so want to see him succeed. He's such a good egg. He's such a good egg. So um, that's the not all the details, but that is the undercurrent of everything that has been going on since about March 20th of this year, is when things started to take a turn. Um, so yeah, um, you know, there are a couple of things that I had to leave behind and fall behind on in order to be a good partner and take care at home. And the kids have been affected by that. And I do apologize in one way for that, but I don't in another, because he is my priority. Um, and like I said, you might have uh, there might have been a couple of episodes that weren't as well prepared as is my usual standard, and you gave me passes for those episodes, and said that they were good anyway. So thank you for that. That means a lot. The quality of the product that I put out means a lot to me, and I know when I'm not delivering my usual. And when you tell me it's okay anyway, um, it means a lot. It does. It does. Uh, so yeah, um, hopefully with things improving, and with changes I made in my life as well. Um, some activities that I've curtailed momentarily to handle the speed bump and to free up more time. Hopefully, um, as everything gets completely caught up, and I am nearly there. Like I mentioned on the show on Friday, I did get there, but then I got sick last week. That fell behind a little bit again, but I've already started yesterday. Wrote at least 3 or 4 episode descriptions, and hopefully we'll finish the rest of them short enough to get our podcast audience back on page with us, the viewing and YouTube audience, terms of getting information out at the same time. But all of you, I do appreciate everything, absolutely everything, all the grace that you have shown me during this period. And, um, you know, for all of us here, hopefully there will be better and bigger things as we continue to grow, as we continue to grow the show, continue to grow the damn fam. Uh, Continue not only as a show but as a company itself to be profitable enough to increase our production values and maybe even uh, have some support staff, even if it's just part time at the beginning, to help take a couple of things uh, off our plate, which would allow us to either produce more content or help develop new shows on our network for you. So new offerings of that type of stuff because we're like I said on when we did the post election show on Thursday, we don't plan to go anywhere. We don't plan to go anywhere, and um, both Mr. Grizzly and I want to make something of this. So um, you know, as we meet different people and collaborate with different people and work with different people, there comes the opportunity to create different projects and finding different ways to monetize this stuff, different ways to support each other. Like for example, JB comes on our show often. We're working on something with him. Hopefully, that will come out in the near future with regards to memberships and subscriptions and that type of stuff. So, like I said, as our network gets bigger and as we make friends in this industry, um, and as we grow our audience, and as you continue giving us your support, both in attention and both in financial means when it is that you are able, um, you know. Um, You've all made me believe in this thing, that this thing could be possible. I, I, I was the doubter. I was the one that thought that nobody would ever be interested in this type of product, even though people had been telling me for a long time I should do it, and I resisted and I resisted. And it wasn't until all the stars in the universe aligned in such a way that COVID happened, and I literally had nothing going on, that I said, oh, "Why not? Let's try it." And it turns out to be one of the best decisions I've ever made in my whole entire life. Uh, and again, you're part of that too. And my Beaver sweetie, who has supported me in this, right? Because this is a complete change for me from what I was doing before. And it's, uh, you know, building something from scratch uh, is never easy. You got to put in some time. So he's been good. He's been great when it comes to this. So supportive. Um, so basically, yeah, love letter to my sweetie, and love letter a bit to you too, kids and cubs. Um, and I was thinking about it the other day. I don't think I'll say it to Mr. Grizzly because I'm not sure how well he'll receive it. But if it wasn't for the fact that I met my Beaver sweetie, um, in about a year from now or so, uh, my relationship with Mr. Grizzly would have been my longest relationship ever with a man. Until I met my Beaver sweetie, my longest relationship was 4.5 years. So, we're at about 3.5 now, Mr. Grizzly and I. So, yes, because I do not have the opportunity to make the joke, fortunately, that you have my most stable, long-term, productive, healthy, mature adult relationship with another man happens to be with a straight man. ah, uh, uh, that would go figure though. That's one of those sort of like a mouthful of breath mints and no one to kiss scenarios. Oh man. Oh, Toronto Dan. Off topic, I just got my first King Charles coin. It looks exactly like his mama's portrait. Alistair McBear approves. Oh my god. That was too funny. Thank you, Kit Trouthead. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I haven't seen it yet. Kit Ladam. Told you from the beginning it would be a success. Yes. Yes, you did. You did, dear one. Uh, you were, since we moved to podcast version, you are the first, really, to believe in us that much. And you have been our head cheerleader the entire time, all the way through. I cannot tell you. The words do not exist, and words are my life. Words do not exist, Kitlinda, uh, to express to you and to tell you um, just um, what deep and profound wonderfulness you have brought to my life and to this endeavor. I am very, very, very grateful for you. Thank you for believing in me and in us. Thank you. It means the world. Yes, Kit Lane, you as well. From the beginning, the cornflakes, original and the best. Oh man. And who else? I saw somebody else put something. Jay Crick, very successful. Thank you. Ah, thanks. You guys are great. You guys are just delightful. I am grateful for you. Kit Elaine earlier on going, oh, you're such a smitten kitten. I am. I love that man. Kit Dan, I stay single because I have nada to offer someone. I'm not exactly sure that's true, but it's in your time, my friend. And before you say anything is possible, it's just how it is for me. I admire you sharing, Douglas. I'm all for relationships, just not for me. You'll be all right. Yes. And Kit Lori Sue. Dan, I am contentedly single by choice. I have much to offer the right person, but have yet to meet that person. So it's still contentment by choice, and there's peace in this. Yeah, there is. There is. Like I said, when I was in that period before I bumped into uh, my Beaver sweetie, is I was very, 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 very quite content. Although I was quite happy. I was really not looking. And I was even thinking, you know what? Maybe I can do this to 45. I was very, very good, living quite well, and not feeling I was missing out on anything. So, um, yeah, well, you can be happy alone. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm sure many people are. Um, but yeah, it just kind of happened, which is kind of the nicest way of all, indeed. Jay Crick, I found my match without using an app. There you go. Uncover the news. I'm just a single House Panther lady. Okay, I have no idea what House Panther lady means. Uncover the news. Please, educate me. Kit Elaine, I have been happily separated for 13 years. Yeah, yeah. When relationship with uh, the gentleman to whom I refer to as Sir Douchebag was over, um, it was. I often refer to that moment as the best and fastest 240 pounds I've ever lost. Oh man, I tell you, uh, when I say this is one of the best decisions I ever did, making sure when I walked away from that relationship. Now, he broke up with me, believe it or not. He tossed me aside. Fool. But he tossed me aside. Because, and in that moment, it was like, oh, I'm sorry. I think you have mistaken me for someone who doesn't know what their worth is. And my decision to walk away from that mess as fast as humanly possible and not internalize a damn thing about that relationship. You know, when somebody's breaking up with me, breaking up with you, and they go, "It's not you, it's me." If we had had that conversation, I would have been damn right, it's you. Yeah, I've been exemplary since we met. So yeah, it's that was also one of the best decisions I've ever made in my entire life, one I don't regret at all. So yeah, um, you uh, it is quite possible to be very happy and quite fulfilled alone. I know from experience. Um, but yeah, this this literally was a gift. I mean, he tapped me on the shoulder. It was like, and then just started talking to me, and the rest was history. So, um, love, it's a crazy thing, man. It's a crazy thing. Ah, kids and cubs. Nearly done my glass. Mm. Well, that's one. If I opt for a second, I might not be able to end the show. uh, Kids and Cubs, if there's anything that you want to chat about, please do uh, put it in the chat. And if not, then I will indeed wrap it up, Miss Shadika. And so worth it with the right person. And I think you know because I have a feeling, given the way you speak about your Mo, that he's a damn good person, and that you both are rather compatible together. Jay Crick, do it, Mr. Beaver. Uh, you want me to have another one? Is that what you're saying, Kid Jay Crick? You want me to have another? You want to see how messy this gets? Oh man, be careful what you wish for. Sing us a song. Okay. Uh, Requests? I'm happy to sing some. I'll wait to see if there are a couple of requests. Let's chat about dry elbows. What's the best cream? That I actually have a tip for. It's not a cream. It's an oil. Neutrogena sesame oil. If in the winter comes, there's any parts like behind the back of your knees, your elbows, whatnot that gets really dry, take a hot shower like this. Just that, just sort of like wipe with your hand the excess water, then a little bit of that Neutrogena sesame oil in, rub it in like this, and then just pat dry. Uh, and within 2 weeks, your problem is probably going to be solved. Swear by the stuff. It is the back of my knees used to always crack in the winter like crazy. I've never had a problem since I discovered it. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, maybe hemp seed body lotion as well. Kit Dam recommends. That's true. Yeah, yeah, indeed. Kit Elaine asks, "What time is my reservation?" I didn't make a reservation because it depends on whether or not when my Beaver sweetie is going to get back from the volleyball tournament, and that a lot of that depends on how much our nephew Marco is winning. So I'm guessing he isn't back yet. So I'm guessing that Marco's doing pretty well. All right, let's see. Miss Shadika, my favorite theater performance. Oh, interesting. Huh. That's a good question. I've seen some pretty darn good ones. My favorite theater performance, I have to say, probably is when I went to go see To Kill a Mockingbird at Stratford. That was the first time I ever went to Stratford, um, and I mean, it's just a fantastic place. It's gorgeous. The main theater there is fantastic. But that was probably the best play I've ever seen. Um, the person uh, who was the main racist in the play had me literally hating him. Like I was like squeezing the armrests when he came on stage. So he was doing a good job as an actor. I really, really, really got into it, beginning to end. Um, so that might be one. I saw another one, and I wish I could remember the title really recently in Kingston. Can't remember the title about it for the life of me for some reason. But it was about a white woman living in a trailer park. And it seems that someone in her family had died, and she believed that she had an artwork that was an original um, Jackson Pollock. And there was an assessor coming in who was black. Uh, and basically to see whether or not it was, so that she could auction it and whatnot. And he is not having it at all like this. He just thinks that she's like low class, trailer trash, whatnot, like this. It was really like a good flip. Like this, where he's got like the 3-piece suit and the high level education and knows about ops and all that kind of stuff. Perfect diction and all that. Um, and it's like this real battle like this because get won't even look at it, and then she gets him to kind of look at it, and he just doesn't want to see it. And at one point, like this, she drops the bomb. It's like, you may think like I'm a stupid idiot or whatnot, like this, or trash or whatnot, but I'm not. This, it's like I know stuff. As she goes through all the detective work she did to get to the point of figuring out that this is something that actually might be something. And I'm watching the play and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, she's got him. She's got him. She's turned the tables. She's flipped it. The performances were fantastic. And then it ends however it ends. I don't want to give it away. Something Bakersfield, the play is called. Return to Bakersfield, maybe? Um, it was so well done. I sat in that chair to watch the play, and it started, and my eyes were like right away, and I don't necessarily remember blinking any time during that play. I didn't want to miss a thing. So that also was one that uh, came to mind. I also once in my life got to go to Broadway and got to see Evita there, which had Ricky Martin in it. He was actually pretty good, but the person who played Evita was not in that one. So not as memorable as it could have been. But I got to see Chicago while I was there, and Chicago's my favorite musical to start with. Uh, it was brilliant. It was brilliantly done, and Billy Ray Cyrus was in that one. And you wouldn't think of Billy Ray Cyrus as being Broadway, uh, but he was very, very good as Billy Flynn. I have to say, he surprised me. Uh, so yeah, that one I was thoroughly entertained. That one made Broadway worth it. With everything that I imagined Broadway would be. It was Broadway. It was something I liked. Um, in terms of plays that I've been in, but the favorite one that I've been in is a one called My Three Angels, which unfortunately we didn't get to do the full run because it was in the uh, not the first December that COVID came around, 2019, but 2020, and somewhere around mid-December we went into another shelter at home, and after 4 or 5 performances, uh, the run of the play got canceled. But that was a script that was just made for me. I was like chewing up the entire scenery in that, and everything behind the scenes before leading up to it was just the whole experience was a lovin'. So that was my favorite. If you ever have a chance to see it, if it comes up, My Three Angels, it's a very, very good romp, a good fun romp. You'll laugh a lot. Okay, somebody, Mishadika. Oh, very nice. And yes, great actors can make you hate them in hard roles. Yes, exactly. I agree there. Miss Shadika, my favorite theater performance was Cats. I was about 7 or 8 and absolutely enthralled, and I already knew all the songs songs by heart because my mom had the tape at home. Yes, jazzy like Chicago. Yes. Oh, by the way, please give my big congratulations for for making the honor roll. There you go. Okay. That's what I was really hoping that you'd talk about your own theater experiences. Is there a song you sang that you'd like best from any of them? Oh. Wow. Wow. That's a good one. There's songs that I didn't sing that I really like, because often when you're in a musical theater, I think that sometimes often the best song, someone else has it. When I was in the the musical Naked Boy Singing, there was a song called Perky Little Porn Star that I would have loved to sing, and another one called The Entertainer that I would have rocked The Entertainer hands down. It killed that. Um, but it wasn't my song. It wasn't even given to me. I would sing The Entertainer, but I don't know the words by heart, unfortunately. And because it's an off Broadway, the lyrics, I cannot find them anywhere on the internet. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, I'll go take a look. Just for shits and giggles, just in case it happens to be there. Uh, but that one, um, I've used it for auditions. Because at any time there's been a musical, uh, because not all songs are appropriate to audition for all musicals, right? Some songs are a little more adult, or no, if it's sometimes you want to sing in the style of the musical. So not all of them are uh, lyrics. The Entertainer, Naked Boys Singing. Hopefully, they will have it. Uh, do, 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 do. So yeah, anytime I've had an opportunity to use it for an audition, it has worked out quite well for me. So that's not a bad thing at all. I'm trying to see here. Members only. Full addiction. Oh, well, what do you know? It's not even on the soundtrack. Ah, that's very weird. So I actually found the lyrics to all the songs from Naked Boys Singing, which I didn't think existed online. However, um, The Entertainer is not on it. Really weird. Okay, but maybe this one. This is the one that I did sing. One of the ones I did sing in it. All right. Ooh, let's see if I can remember that. How it goes. No, I actually don't remember. I remember the chorus, but I don't know how the. Oh my god. Nope. I can't sing that one. I don't remember how it goes. That's terrible. I should remember how that one goes. Um. Okay. Let's see what else there is here. No, not. Well, you know what? This isn't. This wasn't mine. but this is the one they say. So, perky little porn star. Oops. Oh darn! I'm gonna have to not be able to sing that because it seems that my beaver sweetie has just walked through the door. Get some cubs, uh, which means, unfortunately, it might be time for me to end the show. Hello, my love. How are you? Are you the bringer of the end? I don't know. Do you want to be the bringer of the end? You would like some kisses? Okay, kids and cubs. Technical non difficulties. Please stand by. I am back, and kisses have been administered. Oh man, kids and cubs. I love you all so much. All right, let's see. Uh, nope. Okay, I will have to find something. Unfortunately, I can't think of anything. Uh, it might work better if you actually just put in suggestions, kids and cubs. Uh, at this point, unfortunately, uh, what I'm trying to do on my own is not working. Let's see what we have here. Uh, Kittle and Am. I saw Course Line at the Schubert Theater on Broadway during a New York weekend trip. I'm so jealous. Still have yet to see a Course Line on stage. I've been in it, but I have yet to see it though. Uh, see, Glory. Sue. When I was 19, I dated a guy whose sister was stage manager of the San Francisco Current Theater's Chorus Line production. Fourth row center seats. Met the cast backstage. Such a great experience. I can imagine. I love Dance 10 Looks 3 from a chorus line. Also used that in an audition. Also worked out for me, oddly enough. Elaine, the only song called The Entertainer that I know was from The Sting. Yes, the musical, the instrumental version. Indeed. I know that one too. Um, but I do have them uh, back in Kingston. I have the actual songbook with the music. So remind me, and I will someday uh, do that one for you because that's a good one. Uh, oh, sweetie, the kits and cubs are saying hi to you. He says hello. It's a great afternoon running around cleaning while listening to Douglas. Thank you, Jacob. Okay, so I'm not seeing any suggestions here. So how about uh, I've got you under my skin? Let's try that. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart, You're really a part of me, 'cause I've got you under my skin. I tried so not to give in. I told myself this affair never will go so well. So why do I try to resist when, darling, I know so well that I've got you under my skin? I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, just for the sake of having you near, in spite of the warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality, wake up to reality. But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. Yeah, I got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, just for the sake of having you near. In spite of the warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality. Wake up to reality. But each time that I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Oh, I got you under my skin. Yeah, I got you under my skin. There you go, kids and cups. Hopefully, you like that. Jay Crick, Douglas sounds great on my Bose soundbar. That's, I think that might be the first time that I've ever been heard singing on a Bose soundbar. Miss Shatika, oh, thank you so much for the tip. Appreciate it. Ah, ah, you all are far too kind, far too kind. But thank you so much for indulging me. Uh, I've, I always said if ever I did perform a concert, it would be probably something with like that type of music. Oh, some love, some claps, some fire, some applause. Thank you, Kitlin M. Thank you, Miss Shatika. Oh, y'all are too good to me. Thank you so much. uh, I did perform a concert. Yes, it's my sweet. That's yes. The You're talking about the Mellis one? Yes, we had a duet once. We still haven't watched that, have we? We probably should. Oh, gee, how did that go again? Something about the wind and hunger. Oh, I only remember the end. Sorgen mornan fast. Ah, that was fun. Yes, that was yeah, my first ever classical solo or duet or, with our Mellows choir a couple of years ago, which was kind of cool when the choir director tapped me on the shoulder and was like, "What? You want us to sing a solo or a duet? Jeez, ee." Especially that type of music, because that type of music is the one that's the newest to me and I'm least familiar with. So, uh, sitting there, it's like, agreement. There's going to be only us two singing, and like old church with everybody. Woo! But we pulled it off. But we practiced like hell to make sure that we would get it right. Uh, there you go. All right, kids and cubs. Oh yes, somebody told me I should go get another one. I guess. Eh? All right. I'll go get a smaller one though, however, because um, I'm sure with my Beaver sweetie home, I'm sure that he'll want to get to dinner soon, and I don't want to spend uh, uh, open one that's too big. So please stand by. Be right back, and et voilà, nous sommes de retour. We are back. Do a little pour there. I don't have the nice big like mic here like Mr. Grizzly does to do the ASMR pour thing for you all. There you go. If we get every drop, we'll let it go to waste. All right, kits and cubs, raise them up if you got them. 1, 2, 3. Sociable. Cheers. Oh, we are losing Kit into M. I need to go put dinner together. It's been a lovely day with all of you. Have a great weekend. Mwah. Have a lovely day, Kit Linda. My cat went wild. Love it. And also some applause from Jay Crick there. Thank you, everyone. Ah, how lovely and delightful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've never done that before, actually. I know, like I sing like little snippets and stuff like that every now and then for the show, but I don't think I've actually sung a full song over the internet before. It's kind of weird. You guys are getting me to do things I've never done before. I'm so suggestible. I see Jay Crick there. Joined me for a little cheers. So did Kit Lori. Thank you so much. Y'all are wonderful. Um, let's see if I can check in on that score because that CFL match must be uh, going pretty well now. They must be well into the third, if not the fourth. Yeah, fourth quarter. Argonauts got 6-0 in the third quarter, and the Alouettes are 6-0 in the fourth quarter. So basically, they've nullified themselves. They're in the 6th minute, and it's still a 5-point spread, 27-22. But it seems that the Owls have some momentum at the moment. They are the latest to score, but the Argos currently have the ball. And it says fourth quarter 5 minutes. So I can't tell if that's how much time has elapsed or how much time is left remaining in the quarter. But right now, the Argos do have a 5-point lead over the Owls. Here in game one tonight of the CFL. Game two, Saskatchewan Roughriders and Winnipeg Blue Bomber. Let's try that again. Blue Bombers starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm guessing that would be 5:30 p.m. Central. So there you go. Which is not that far from now. So within the hour. If you guys are watching, there you go. Okay. What's happening to my chat here? It's gone a little funky. Hold on. Huh. Okay, there you go. Coming back. All right. Huh. Yeah. So sorry, kids and cubs. Chat went a little funky. Looking through stuff as well. Other stuff. Rebecca Marino, tennis player, defeated Licia Tsurenko and is going to go to the final of the tournament in Midland, USA. So that's good for her as well. Yep, that's all we got over here. All right, going back to the chat. There we go. The chat is back. That was kind of weird. Just vanished for a second. All right. Um, it's some cups. Oh, I didn't give you the Beaver Lodge curling report because I missed a certain number of shows over the past little while because one because I was sick. By the way, thank you everyone for being so cool about everything when I had to miss 4 shows in the entire conference the week before last on ending homelessness. I was hoping to be more involved and to bring you a little more, but uh, had a really, really bad fever that would not break for 48 hours until it finally did. And you know, this week a little bit of a different schedule than usual with some travel, of course, to be able to come to town here for the dentist appointment and then be here for anniversary and volleyball tournament plans and all that kind of stuff. Kit Uncover the News says, I'm drinking 7-Up and cranberry. Lovely. Thank you so much for joining us. It doesn't have to be a potent potable, by the way, Kits and Cups, just so you know. But yeah, I didn't get to play much curling the other week because I was here sick. But I did find replacements to play for me for our Tuesday night competitive team, and unfortunately, the team lost on the last shot, and in my 2-person stick team, and fortunately, my partner who was replacing me did manage to win that one. So in the 2-person stick league team, my partner and I believe, are in the top 2 in our division. And I'm not sure if it's only the top 1 or the top 2 move up. But if it's the top 2 that move up, right now we have one more match to play next week. And if we can win it, that would pretty much secure us moving up a division, which would be nice because it's the first time that we're playing together. Then last week we had some more play, and my men's senior men's team, I believe, lost the match on Monday, but it was close. On the Tuesday, we did lose that match as well. My men's competitive team, we're having a rough season. We're probably going to go down the division on that one to start. And our third is not with us for a full month because he's on vacation, which always makes it harder to win. And then in our doubles league with Kit Michael, who I'm playing with, we picked up a tie last week. So we have 2 losses, 2 wins, and a tie, and we're in 4th place out of 8 teams in doubles. And that's with us having had to forfeit the match the week previous because we couldn't find a spare and there was no way I was going to be there. And even because I was here with the conference and stuff, and even if I hadn't been there, then I would have been at home sick, so we would have missed it anyway. And in my 2-person stick team last week, I got to play with my partner here, and we won that game. So yeah, we are. There are 2 of the 4 leagues in which I curl, in which we might end up going up one division. One league where we're already in the top division, and it's looking good for us staying there, and one league where we are probably most definitely going down. So yes, that's our curling report so far. An overall good start to the season. We're having a little difficulty with the ice. We have a new ice maker this year, and it's not that he's not good. He's quite good. Um, but the season started warmer, so we had some problem with that. And it seems that there have been a lot of dust. Our curling rink is in a field, and the field behind has a harvest. And it seems there might have been some dust or um, particles from stuff from the harvest that got into our club's humidifier, and it's or dehumidifier, and it's not doing as good a job. as it could. So on certain sheets, um, they have something that's called dishing, where the ice is a bit more like this. So if you're playing off to the sides, um, the rock either falls off or starts to dive really quickly, which makes certain shots completely impossible to get at if you put them in if you manage to get them in a certain spot. So we're trying to correct that. Usually, sometimes over the Christmas break, they'll melt the ice and start over again and try. Overall, it has been pretty good. I can't complain that bad about the ice, but every now and then there's been a couple of things. But we got a bit of a later start this year because of that. So in certain leagues, we normally we play 4 rounds, and there's some of them that we're only going to be playing 3 rounds because we missed a solid 3 to 4 weeks at the beginning of the season while they were trying to get everything up to snuff so that we could actually have a good season this year with solid ice. And we had like a pretty exceptional ice maker for the last 3 or 4 years. So it's changing ice maker and having the dehumidifier not work at the same time, uh, you know, creates more challenge than anyone would want. And it certainly makes the job way tougher for the ice maker. So considering that, the ice maker that we have right now, I would have to say, is not sure if he's as exceptional as the one we had before. There's certainly no slouch because, for all intents and purposes, we should be having a hard time playing the matches that we are, and we're still having some decent matches with fairly predictable ice. Hmm. I love me some curling. It's probably it's probably the other than acting, the activity that I've done the longest in my life. I think this is like my 21st year. They haven't been consecutive. Um, but yeah, 21st year since I was grade 10, or yeah, since I was about grade 10, I would say. So yeah, it's like I said, I just love it because it's a sport that you can play for your whole life. And I mean, I'm in my 50s and I'm still getting better, right? So which is uh, kind of cool. There's not that many sports that you can be at this phase in your life, and you're still improving. There are some like this, but there's also a lot of sports when you get to this phase of your life, you pretty much have to start considering giving up. Unfortunately, curling is not one of those ones. So yeah, the curling. It's like the curling broom is my Charlton Heston moment. It's like from my cold dead hands. You look at it. Of course, when you're playing curling, cold doesn't mean much. So just dead hands, I guess. Hands are always cold when I'm holding the curling broom. Oh man, I tell you. Uh, all right, kids and cubs. You're gonna have to feed me some topics here in the chat. Uh, I'm running out of ideas my own here. Um, let's see what it is. It's official. CBSA officer died earlier. A friend of mine changed his profile picture to CBSA badge with black grading around it. Prayers for the other CBSA officers who were to watch. Something I'm missing there. It's not doing much. I think I need to take more than I do. I don't have a. Oh, no, sorry, that was somebody else. Yeah, I don't know what the CBSA officer story is. Um, Elaine, if you can tell us a little bit more about that, would really appreciate that. Ooh, Miss Sharita has decided to join us not with a libation, but 2 20 milligram gummies taken an hour. Uh, let me know when they start kicking in, darling. Mm. Ooh, something I missed earlier from Uncover the News here, stating that there's 11 new cases of measles confirmed in New Brunswick, bringing total cases to 25. Yikes! That's not a good situation. Not a good situation whatsoever. All right. Um, yeah, I think I've run out of ideas, kids and cups. I'm so sorry. uh, man, let's I think it's doing a little. Give us static. I think it's doing a little something, but not much yet. Douglas, on the Ambassador Bridge. Oh, there was an incident on the Ambassador Bridge. Oh, Kit Wishful has joined us. Hello, Kit Wishful. How are you doing today? I hope you are doing really well. I'm going to go look that up right here on my computer. Ambassador Bridge. Uh, CBSA officer. And see what happens because I'm very intrigued by all of this moment. Investigation at Ambassador Bridge reroutes traffic from U.S. to Canada, says police CBSA. That's 2 hours ago. Maybe there's something more recent. The Windsor Star, there we go, has something from about an hour ago from Miller Holmes Hill. It's a quick read here. The Ambassador Bridge was closed to Canada-bound traffic for several hours Saturday as Windsor police assisted border agents with an investigation. In a brief release to the media, the Ambassador Bridge Command Centre said the closure was due to an incident involving the Canada Border Services Agency. On X, formerly known as Twitter, police said their officers were on scene for an ongoing investigation. Traffic to Canada had been rerouted to the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel. That's what we reported on earlier during the show, thanks to Uncover the News, while traffic over the bridge into the United States continued as usual. By 3 p.m. on Saturday, the Detroit to Canada lanes of the bridge reopened with a steady stream of vehicles and transport trucks visible on the crossing live camera. Quote, operations have resumed after an incident at Ambassador Bridge, a spokesperson for the CBSA told Windsor Star. CBSA and Windsor Police Service are working on an ongoing investigation. There's no threat to public safety. More details will be provided as they become available. That's literally all I have. And that, from what I can see on the web, is the most recent story. So I'm not sure what else there might be going on. But hopefully, Kit Linda will have some more information for us, because her sources might be a bit more recent than the ones I am consulting at the current moment. There we go. So back to the chat here. Jay Crick reminds people to get your vaccines. Yes, please do if you can. Wishful says he's just finished moving. Well, he or she, sorry. Or they. I actually don't know Wishful's gender. So, sorry, I just, my mouth went faster than my brain there. But I hope the move went very well, and that it looks like it's a place that you will be quite comfortable in and start to feel like home. There you go. Huh. Tell us more about it if you have the opportunity, please. Lori, I kid you not, Uncover the News is really on top of regional, national, and international news. She's amazing. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she has found us, and we are very, very happy. Miss Shatika, don't be sorry. You've been our muse for hours. No pressure to keep going. Thank you, my dear. I really, really appreciate it. It's not. It's not the you know the ability to keep going. It's just I'm sitting there, and after a while, there's so many topics that you can think of yourself, right? And then if somebody says something, it can prompt something. It's like, oh yeah, but yeah, really. Sorry, that's right. Lindsay's not in Windsor. Kit Elaine is. That's true. Sorry, my mistake. Kit Elaine. Um, Wishful, what did you think of the mail-in ballot situation in the United States? You think you'd have to be a little more precise, but Kit Wishful, just in case, I'm not sure how many podcasts you've been on. PubCast, we don't we chat. At least, I mean, you're free to do what you want in the chat, but as hosts, it's the one day we don't talk politics because we try to send the message that our entire identity is not politics, that we've got other stuff going on in our lives, and try to send the message to people to not make politics your entire identity. They have a little something else going on. There you go. Uncover the News goes, I'm a news junkie and history nerd. Yeah, I'm a news junkie too. I'm also a history nerd, but I think I'm not as nerdy on history as most people because I don't have like a library full of history books, that type of stuff. But I'm a big fan of history podcasts, and it was one of my favorite subjects in school, and I did quite well in it. So I'm and stuff like that, movies, historical movies, and that type of stuff. I'm always attracted to that type of stuff. Wishful, it's your birthday on Monday. Well, hey, happy birthday! We're a little early, but I hope I will remember on Monday as well to wish it to you live on the show. But yes, happy birthday to you. I hope that you have some wonderful festivities planned and with lots of cake, lots of presents, lots of laughs, and lots of love. I hope your birthday is very, very, very special. Wistful. Ah, what wonderful news. So, kiss and cuffs. Um, I had a question. Um, I am trying to decide. Oh, Elaine, I sent a message to your message. Sent a picture to your messages of the bags. Okay, I can't do anything with it, unfortunately, for this show, but I will check it out after. Kit Elaine, I'm I haven't auditioned for anything this year. I've been in lots of stuff this year, but it was stuff from previous year's auditions that I got, that type of stuff. But I haven't auditioned for anything this year. And so far, I'm taking a little break from theater because I did too much in a short period of time. But I am missing it. I'm not missing the rehearsals, though, however, which lets me know that I'm not ready to go back right yet. But I had my eye, since we were talking about it earlier, on the musical A Chorus Line, which our local musical theater company will be doing this year. Um, Now, I'm a little long in the tooth, technically, to be auditioning for the chorus, even though technically I could fix that by going clean shaven. That always takes a certain number of years off. And I live in a small community, and there's not necessarily a lot of male dancers. So there could be an opportunity for me to be in the chorus if I wanted the physical changes to make myself look younger. Um, but I'm also 50. So if I would want to be in the show, I would probably have to hit the gym between now and auditions sometime, maybe in January for a show in April. Doing it. There's one role that is Kit Lane goes, "You would be an excellent Bobby." I think I would be too. There is one role that is more naturally inclined for me, which would be Zach, the director, right? But Zach doesn't get to dance and Zach doesn't get to sing really. Um, but yeah, he is like the older character and male. I know that there's a lot of people in the city who are interested in that role, however, because they don't sing or dance, but would like to be a musical. Um, so yeah, that's my question to you is I would like to go for it. Well, part of me wants to go for it, but there's part of me that assumes that it might be a losing game right from the get go, just because of my age. Uh, and then there's part of me that thinks, like I said, just because of the pool, that I might be able to have a shot. Because I'm not a bad dancer still at my age. Um, can't kick as high as I used to. I'm a little more stiff down there, but still, right? So yeah, right now there hasn't been anything else that has been appealing to me on offer anyway. But that's the one I've been, and I'm happy for the break. So I'm, like I said, I'm not missing anything. But Chorus Line um, was the first musical I was ever familiar with in any way, shape, or form. And the first time I got to be in it, I literally got to be part of the chorus of a chorus line. So I didn't have that much to do. Um, and the songs are just amazing. So yeah, it's one of those things that I'm thinking of, but seeking some advice from the hive mind as to whether or not uh, I should go for it and have to put in all that work beforehand, or maybe just wait for something else to come along. 'Cause now, on the upside, if I do all that working out, I mean, I will be in better shape for tennis season when it arrives, and that's never wasted. But um, I probably wouldn't be doing it if I didn't have to lose maybe about 10 pounds to actually look somewhat like a dancer. It would be auditioning for something on Broadway. So and that is a certain time commitment. So uh, just wondering if you think that whether or not I should go for it, or pretty much decide or conclude that, yeah, I'm a 51-year-old man looking to play a role that is usually played by 16 to 24 years olds. uh, but I do love the musical very much, and I think I could be good in it. So we'll see. But yeah, Miss Shadika says I say go for it. So there we go. We have one yes. Wishful. I started acting lessons this fall for screen acting. Good for you. Good for you. Way different than stage acting. I don't know if you have any stage acting experience, but yeah, screen acting is different because everything's so much smaller because the camera can do the close up for you, as opposed to stage acting where you have to make everything bigger. Uh, but yeah, definitely, absolutely, Wishful. That's fantastic. I fully support you in doing that. That's a good move. I hope you get a lot out of it. Fantastic. Wishful says, "Go for it once more." When it comes to it, Catherine. Catherine says, "Go for it." Elaine says, "Yes." Miss Shadika, I'd also keep your options open. Something amazing might come along that you end up liking better. That is true. That is true. I know that with our community theater season uh, this year, there isn't much naturally that would be inclined to either my abilities um, or look. Um, and they do 7 shows a year, and there's not much there for me in this particular season. So there are years where every show is absolutely good for me, and then there are shows certain years where it's just one or two. And the ones that would have been okay, the one that would have been the best for me was the first show this year. It was sort of like this uh, madcap melodramatic comedy, um, where there's a the bad every time the bad guy comes on stage, everybody in the audience goes boo. uh, so yeah, that one I would have been, that one would have been perfect for me, but I was pooped. I wasn't ready to take on another show in September and be rehearsing all summer when my last show was in July. Ended at the beginning of July, and I wanted to really was desperate for a break. So sometimes you got to say no as well to certain things, just because it might be just right for you. A little self care is needed as well. Wishful, no stage acting experience nor any acting experience. Wow. So you're just going for it. Nice. Cool. That e- even better. Trying something absolutely new, something that might be a little scary. Just stick with it. If something happens at the beginning that seems a little weird, like I mean, like unless the instructor went out is weird, then leave and but go do something else. Try it somewhere else. Um, but overall, um, it takes if you do have some reserve, it takes time getting over the part of yourself that is afraid of judgment and that is capable of feeling shame and embarrassment. But once you learn that you do not, um, the shame and pride are completely useless to you as an actor. uh, then you'll start having a lot of fun. Used to be a professional violinist though. So okay, so you're okay. You're used to being on stage and with performance, but this is a different type of performance where you're pulling from a different part of you. You will notice though that there are a lot of similarities. There's a lot about theater, even not musical theater, that is very musical in terms of timing and pace and energy and all that kind of stuff, and um, dynamics. And, uh, there is fortissimo and I can't remember the musical term now for when it's softening, things soften, but there is that and too. So there's a lot of concepts to acting that you use in music that also lots of concepts in acting that you use in music that you will find are transposable and in certain exercises you might actually have a leg up given your experience as a violinist. How wonderful. May I ask, um, uh, I, if you're saying violinist, I am guessing classical, but that may not necessarily be so. But please let us know what type of music and in that genre, who is your favorite composer to play? That wishful goes true. Some would say, I have no shame, but I'm shy. Same here. I am painfully shy. Nobody would ever know. Oh, decrescendo? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think there was another one I had in mind, but yes, um, it'll come to me eventually. I think it'll come to me eventually. I'll put it all on the Googler there. Musical theory term for softer. So I mixed them up. Piano. Oh, pianissimo. Maybe. Maybe that's the word I'm thinking for piano or pianissimo. Um, yes, classical wishful says. Okay, excellent. Um, More modern or early music, diminuendo could be as well. Could be as well. But piano is the one that I see the symbol, the little p, is what I remember from my sheet music. I guess, and then it has the two lines that go down. That looks like the lesser than sign in mathematics, but it's much longer. And then, so yeah, that's what I'm familiar with. But musical theory is not my strong point. I still have a lot of trouble sight reading. I always have to do when I'm singing with choir. I always have to take on all the extra practices with the choir director, who's also the vocal coach, and like and plot everything out. And it's like, no, this note is higher than the next note, and then practice it, and then drill it, and then so yeah, it does not come naturally to me. But once I get it, I do get it, and I'm really quite proud of myself when I do get it. Love all classical music from Baroque to modern. Okay, because our choir Wishful is an early music choir. So we do from about 500s, and Bach is about as modern as we get. And we do sing in all languages. We've sung in some Middle Eastern languages. We've sung in Turkish. We've sung in Kazakh. I'm not sure if Kazakh is the language of Kazakhs, the people, but from Kazakhstan. Um, German, Swedish, um, all various types of Latin or Spanish or French from in different areas, like older French and way older, that type of stuff. Um, so it's been a very eye-opening experience to a whole bunch of other cultures and other types of music that I was not familiar with in any way, shape, or form, and I probably never would have heard of otherwise. Um, Wishful says, hard to pick a favorite composer at a high level. It's about the challenge of each piece. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. Kit Lori Sue says, Wishful, my favorite composers are Bach and Chopin. Ah, Elaine says, I also sent the post from Windsor Police about the bridge. There's verification in the comments. That's cool. Please remind me again, Kitaline, where you sent them to. I might be able to access them. It might take me a little bit of time, but I'm working with my laptop or with that and not my desktop that I have at the Beaver Lodge. So sometimes getting things is a little slower. Kit Lori says Debussy is lovely as well. Yes. Wishful says, I love Bach and Chopin too, although Chopin is for piano. Indeed. I happen to be a rather big Vivaldi fan, specifically. Uh, Not that I'm a big uh, connoisseur of classical music, but most time when I hear Vivaldi, it speaks to me. I don't know much Prokofiev. I think that's how you pronounce his name, but I do very much love um, the really famous piece from Romeo and Juliet. That if you hear it, you know it. I think it was in one of they used it in one of the Dracula movies, the Bram Stoker Dracula as well. But it's very, very, very dramatic and heavy, and you know, it gives you the impression of a bit of a chase, and there's a dark, ominous force that's trying to catch someone. I think it's from his take on Romeo and Juliet, if I'm not mistaken. Look at me talking about like classical music like I know what I'm talking about. I'm a total fraud when it comes to that. Wishful. Yes, Prélude à l'après-midi d'un faune is a favorite indeed. And I know that one, believe it or not, through a comedy sketch album in French called The Disque by Roch et Belzare. When I was in high school, we were on the academic quiz team, the equivalent of Reach for the Top in French, called Génie en Herbe. And Roch et Belzare used to have a sketch on one of their albums called Génie en Herbe, where it was like a reformed school playing against a Catholic private school. The Catholic private school had little bells that rang, ding, and the reformed school had buzzers that when they hit them, they burped. And then they're playing the music, and the guy from the reformed to a school team, like you hear them talking out loud, and says, "That's bunny music, isn't it?" Burp. And he like rings it, and he goes, "That's harp." It's like, nope. And then it goes to the school, the private school, and then you get this know-it-all that rings the bell and then answers it and like says like, you know, what the piece is, who composes it, and she particularly appreciates the version by such and such an Indian artist on Dutch gramophone because it's really. It goes, okay, that's enough. That's enough. uh, you have to hear the skits to get it because it goes really, really, really fast. But that's how I came to know Prélude à l'après-midi d'un faune from a comedy skit, not from some deep classical music appreciation course or something of the like. Oh man. Most of my classical music knowledge, if I'm being completely honest, does come from Bugs Bunny and figure skating routines. Really does. Same thing with opera. If it wasn't for that "What's Opera Doc" skit from Bugs Bunny, I probably wouldn't have known any opera until way, way, way later. Get Wishful. I played with the Ottawa. Ooh, the Ottawa Symphony Orchestra. Really? Damn. Okay. Like you're not. Excuse the expression. You're not playing. You are real serious. That's a big deal to be good enough to be part of a symphony orchestra. Damn. I'm I am very impressed right now. I don't play an instrument at all. I envy people who do. Like I can sing stuff a little bit, but and my musical connection is more through dance. But I don't play an instrument. I figured that if I ever did play one, it would either be the cello or the saxophone. Them two call to me specifically, or an upright bass. Boom, 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 boom. Like spin it around and swing it and all that kind of stuff. Uh, those would Those instruments, when I see them, when I'm seeing them live, they really, really, really speak to me. Those are probably the ones that I would end up with if I did play an instrument one day. You know, I think it's never too late. I had a friend that started taking up the piano at 50 and is now like composing, right? And, and he never thought he was. He was like, I've just always been interested in playing piano. I never really wanted like through the exams and stuff, and he ended up doing the exams anyway, despite the fact that he was never really interested. And says, well, I don't really want to do anything with it. I just want to see how far I can go, like as a personal pursuit. And now he's composing. There you go. Oh, wishful. Yeah, that's a great idea. If ever, no heat, no pressure, but if ever you want to film yourself playing anything, classical music is wonderful because it's public domain. We would be really, really happy uh, to listen to it and share it with the kids and cubs on the show. But that's if you wish. No heat, no pressure. But would love to hear you play. Absolutely, that would be delightful. Wow, what we have so much talent. Uncover the news. I played orchestra bells in high school. Really? We have so much damn talent within the members of the damn fam with like everything, crafts and music and writing and just cooking and everything. You all rock. I have to say, because I learn a lot from you guys. I really do. It's and I'm so excited. I'm so excited to find out these things because we know a little bit about each other here and there, and over time we get to. But yeah, when you share stuff like that, it's like I get to see you in different lights and whole different sides of you, and I find that completely fascinating. I'm fascinated by people, right? So I mean, you have to be if you're in communications and PR. Pardon me, got hair in my mouth. Um, but yeah, that type of stuff I find absolutely fascinating, and especially people that have talents that are adjacent to ones that I have, but ones that I do not have in any way, shape, or form. So, for example, people who can play music, given what a part of my life music, uh, what a big part in my life music plays, or like like Mr. Grizzly, for example, like this, who understand all the tech and the audio and the production side of doing this type of thing, right? Because without him, this doesn't happen, right? So but they go together. My ability to talk like this and his ability to do the tech stuff, and when we put it together, we have something that's pretty darn amazing. So yeah, all people that are in fields that are adjacent to ones that I spend a lot of time in, but things that I can't do myself or don't know how to do myself, I'm always, always totally fascinated with those type of people and their ability, and in awe, and in complete and total awe. Um, a lot of these creative things are symbiotic relationships, right? Where you really need the other person as much as they need you in order for both of you to be able to do what you do and have something good come out. Mm. Wishful goes, I'm a public employee now. Ah, uncover the news. I do IT now. Okay, interesting. Lori Sue says, such an eclectic audience you attract, Douglas. Hey, yeah, I do. Of course, I'm a little weird. I'm a bit of a weirdo, so it's not that surprising I would attract an eclectic audience. Lori Sue, ooh, I'm retired, was homeless, and I'm walking around still with a blood clot in my brain. Ooh, so like I said, eclectic. Yeah, yeah. Now, you say was homeless, Lori? Are you well situated now, hopefully? Please let me know. Uncover the news. Breaking. The Toronto Argonauts have advanced to the Grey Cup after beating the Montreal Alouettes in the CFL East Division on Saturday. So then I'm guessing the answer to my question is that was 5 minutes remaining and not just 5 minutes expired in the quarter, unless I've been talking for that long and just didn't realize it. But yes, the fourth quarter ended. Oh, that is not kind. Everything reset. So the fourth quarter ended up being a 12-3 affair for the Montreal Alouettes. So they did win the fourth quarter and closed the gap, but by not enough, and lost 30-28 to the Toronto Argonauts. That's about as close as you can get. CFL always frequently has ridiculously close games during the playoffs. So yeah, uh, good fight by the Montreal Alouettes, especially in the fourth quarter, to try to uh, make up the gap. But the Toronto Argonauts held firmly, and the 3 points that they got was just enough to put them over the top. So now we get to the next match starts at 6:30 allegedly, and so it's 6:30 now. So they're probably doing all those the opening formalities, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Winnipeg Blue Bombers will go at it, and we'll find out who the Toronto Argonauts will face for the big prize. Ooh la la. It's all very exciting. All right, I will go back to you in the chat, kids and cubs. Uncover the news. Junior Eurovision Song Contest finals next weekend. Cool. 'Cause I've watched the Eurovision twice. Uh, I do like it's super kitschy. I know. I like it. I do like it. And it's always around my birthday, the main one, sometime in May. But I did not know that there was a junior Eurovision, actually, to be honest. I believe in, for the longest time, I had heard about Eurovision but could never watch it, and then internet came along and whatnot. But now I believe Omni Television shows it on their network on TV now. So that's uh, for Canadians who want in on the fun. We can definitely. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we can vote yet. I know that we don't have. Eurovision is getting a little bigger. There are artists from Israel and Australia, which are technically, um, you know, Europe that compete. So maybe one day Canada will send. At least Canada will have an opportunity to vote. So Uncover News says the juniors are under 16 years old, but I know that Eurovision is more of a songwriting competition than a performing competition. That's why Celine Dion was able to uh, be part of a winning combination one year. I believe when I was in high school, she represented Switzerland one year and sang a song called "Ne partez pas sans moi," which won. And everybody's wondering, well, like Celine Dion, she's Canadian, but it's because the prize goes to the songwriter, and the songwriter can pick anyone from any country whatsoever to sing the song. That doesn't matter. So I'm wondering if for the junior Eurovision, whether or not the songwriters have to be under 16 or it's just the performers. Maybe you know, Kit Uncover the News. If you don't, that's okay. But yeah, right, Miss Shadika, we have so much damn talent in this damn family. We really do. Kit Laurie says, I'm staying with a dear friend in Iowa now until I can find affordable housing. The audience you have attracted has been so compassionate and caring. Oh, okay. I am so glad that you have a good friend like that, Kit Laurie, that is there. But please keep on sharing with us how it is that you're doing. We do have a wonderful audience here, some good people, and uh, I can't guarantee anything, but if you need something, sometimes there might be some among us that might be able to help in a certain way. So please do let us know how it's going, and please don't be too proud. Okay, we're here to help, even if it can just be moral support. But we are here to help. And Cover the News says there was a Canadian going to France into 2023 Eurovision. Oh no, Canadian for France in the 2023 Eurovision. Really? Huh. See, now you got me interested. I'm going to have to go look at that again because I'm surprised I hadn't heard about that. Very curious to see who was the person that was singing in that 2023. Um, the song Évidemment, written by Fatima Zahra Hafti, Amir Sagik, Yannick Rastogoji, and Zachary Raymond. The song was performed by La Zara. Huh. Zara is Canadian? Yes, she is. Oh, how did I not know that? Professionally known as La Zara, Canadian singer and songwriter based in France. Okay, she's based in France. Okay, but she's Canadian born. A bit like Mylène Farmer, in a way. She was born in Canada. But I mean, she's thoroughly French, thoroughly European. I mean, when you hear her talk and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, I'm gonna have to go check out that performance and see what it's like. I like Eurovision because we there are many songs that get part of the contest that are good, but that never actually get a release deal or cross over to North America, so you never actually get to hear them. Um, and sometimes that's the only time. But now, because of internet, you can hear the song at Eurovision, then just look it up on YouTube, and then you can listen to it whenever you want. So it's a great way to discover a lot of music, new music from somewhere else that doesn't make it to the radio here in a very short period of time. Mm. Miss Shadika says, I used to sing. I was even a bit of a rapper in my early teens. Really? But then focused just on singing. School choirs, even the school R&B group for a bit. I skipped too much school though. Ah. Cover the news. Eager Beaver Media, I sent you the link on your PM. Okay, good. I will go check for some of this stuff up. Now I know that Kit Elaine, I think, was sending me something, and I'm guessing if that happens, it'll probably be through the Facebook portion of it. So here I am looking on my messenger, and hopefully I will be seeing Miss Kit Elaine appear. And there you go. There she is, as expected. Then we will see if there is more information. Uh, yes, Windsor Police Service. Read through the comments to get more verification. Oh, maybe that's not the button I need to press. There we go. Open in a new tab. That gets taken care of. And then the other kit, which I can't remember off the top of my head, I believe. Oh, yes, I'll cover the news. Sent something through X, if I remember correctly. Okay, so I'm looking at the post. Oh, yes, I do see the badge indeed. Yes. CBSA SFC with the band on top of that. Unfortunately, cannot show it to you kids here. But yes, I see what you are talking about, Kit Elaine. Um, Indeed. Oh, as you said, select all comments. Oh, okay. Did I miss something by not selecting all comments? A new message request from Kit Kat that I'll have to check later as well. Come on, work with me here. There we go. Click on that. And you said select all comments. All right, Kit Lane. So I will select all comments. And but it is that you are sending here. Relevant. All comments. There you go. Is there something other than the badge? Let me know if there's something other than the badge I should be seeking for, because the badge I did see. Nothing I can see here specifically. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes some comments will hide. Okay, yeah, but I did see yours. Okay, good. And then Kit Uncover the News. sent something somewhere else, so I will go take a look for that. Whoops, that's not right. Very odd indeed. All right. So while we're waiting for that to come up, oh, okay. I just had a message come in. Um, who I told you about, my friend who passed away. Um, the person to whom I had introduced him, with whom they had a child, just sent me something. So I might be in for a couple of emotions once I leave this podcast a little later today. Kids and Cubs might have an emotional moment, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh, okay. Kit Uncover the News has sent me some baby lasagna rim tim taggy dim live, and also uh, Lazarus performance. Okay, cool. I will definitely watch that later. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that very, very, very much. This saves me the trouble of having to go to look for it. It's right there, delivered very conveniently. You are delightful and wonderful kids, and I am so grateful that you have done that. Kids and Cubs, thank you so much. All right, I will come back to the chat for one last more go round, kids and Cubs here. Nishadika didn't take it seriously enough to make anything of it, but did a few performances at the school, once for the Toronto District School Board meeting and once at a club. Cool. Good stuff. Uh, yeah, Uncover the News. Prankster convinced Russian school teachers to make foil hats and wear them for protection against radiation of NATO satellites. Ah, ah. Mishadika, I sang Alicia Keys once for my school talent show and used the video of it. Sent it to a recording studio and they said, "You're really good, but you sound too much like her. Work on that." Wow, that's cool. Fallen by Alicia Keys is one of my go to karaoke songs, by the way. I actually won a karaoke contest with that one once. Yeah, that was kind of weird. There you go. Okay, kids and cubs, we are closing in on the 5 hour mark. I think I have done a pretty good job today, considering for most of it I've been on my own. But thank you so much to Mademoiselle Fox for getting us started together and getting me off on the right foot so that I had some momentum to take into the last few hours of the show for you. I am nearing the end of my libation, and I am feeling quite happy. So I might need a couple of minutes to come down a bit before we go out to dinner. Maybe Bruce is in the bathroom, making sure that he is looking so fine that he doesn't just look so fine rolling out of bed, but making sure he looks fine, 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 fine. Oh yeah. We are definitely still going, Kit Cassie. We are definitely still going. We tend to eat a little late, anyway. So yeah, he is making sure that he is all squeaky clean and fresh and shiny and smelling nice and all that good stuff. And then it'll be my turn to go take a jump in there too, because I've been sitting here for 5 hours and drinking beer, so I'm sure that my breath right now is not minty fresh. All right, we have crossed the 5 hour mark. So, kids and cubs, that is the end, unfortunately, of this episode of the True North Daily. Sorry, the True North Eager Beaver. See, already tripping over my tongue. True North Eager Beaver monthly pubcast for the month of October 2024. We hope that you loved listening to us because we love making this for you. It was 18 degrees Celsius in Manitoba today in November. Wow. I was out on the mountain bikes at Kit Cassie. Not as warm here today, but we had a couple of days like that last week. I actually went to play tennis in shorts. Yeah, pretty wild. Hey, climate change, I should say. Global warming is apparently the taboo term. But climate change, it's a thing. Things are different. Things are definitely different. Remember, sharing is caring and word of mouth is priceless. So please tell your peeps and poops all about us. My God, I'm struggling with my words. Uh, please tell your peeps and poops all about us. Really appreciate it when you do. If you would like to make sure you do not miss an episode, you do not have to. Thanks to the Ray Girl, because the Ray Girl has sponsored our pod page. That QR code that is appearing under the screen right now will bring you right there. Podpage.com/the True North Eager Beaver, lowercase letters with a hyphen between each one of those words. And when you click subscribe right there, when they have something fresh off the bandwidth, it comes directly to you. You don't even have to go looking for it. We just deliver it right to you. You really couldn't ask for anything better. Now, if you would like to support us in other ways, then you need to make like Kit Elaine, yes, who says, "Have a beyond awesome evening, everyone, and remember to smash the button before you leave, while leaving a taco, a chocolate chip cookie, and a cup of coffee, a cup of coffee." Oh my God, I'm not even done the second one, and I'm screwing up. All right. Uh, if you go there, you click our buttons, like, share, subscribe. Kit Cassie is here right on time. She can tell you how she likes to click our buttons. You can tell her. She sometimes even does it in front of her cowboy. He doesn't seem to mind. Thank you, cowboy. Click our buttons, like, share, and subscribe. Means the world to us when you do. Shadika, thank you to Douglas and to Bridgie Boo. Indeed, I will definitely convey your thoughts here. And as well, someone's other compliment, Lori Sue. Thanks to you once again, Douglas. And Mademoiselle Fox was a treat as always. Thank you. Thank you so much for being so welcoming. Because uh, like, Mademoiselle Fox is newer to this than we are. So your kindness really means a lot, Sheila. She appreciates you very, very, very much. Now, if you would like to help us in other ways at Kits and Cubs, uh, the QR code that's just appeared here in the top corner brings you to our coffee page. Coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, lowercase letters, all in one word. And there is where you can leave us a little something, Kits and Cubs, if you would like to support us and encourage us to do more. As you know, there are some costs that we incur to bring this show to you. Internet subscriptions, news subscriptions, advertising, uh, updated equipment, that type of stuff. And we are really, really hoping to be able to get some of your help to offset those costs, because this is a labor of love and we're happy to take on the costs. But if we can get a little help with it, that does mean the world to us. So if you happen to have a little bit extra in your pockets, and you would like to put it to a good cause, that QR code that just appeared, or if you are listening, coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, lowercase letters, all in one word, is where you can go to find the Eager Beaver Lodge Emergency Hydration Fund. Mm, tasty, tasty tips. Where our friends, hot chocolate, coffee, Caesar, and Guinness are waiting there to help us write, produce, deliver, promote this show that you love and enjoy so much. So if you are able, please scan that QR code and leave us a little something. Anything you can leave is greatly appreciated. Do not worry that it is not enough. There is no such thing as not enough. We are grateful for whatever you can contribute. Now, if you're not able to contribute a thing, please do not worry. Really, really do not worry, because the gift of your attention and the gift of your participation in our shows is the one that matters the most to us. And we absolutely love to hear from you. So please write to us at truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com to let us know what you think of our shows, good, bad, and ugly. And also write to us, as we mentioned before, to let us know if there's somebody in your family for whom you would like to give a shout out for Remembrance Day, or if you just want to share with us what Remembrance Day means to you and how it is that you observe it. We really do want and need your input to help us make our Remembrance Day special all that more special. So please, if you have a couple of moments, do take some time to send us something there. If you do send it to us on our Twitter feed as well, that's okay. But maybe you want that moment to be private, or you have a little bit more to say. So if you send it to us by email, that's probably the best way. Again, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com. So we would like it for you to participate and want you to be part of our show. That way, Kit Elaine reminds us that a moist beaver is a happy beaver. Never let the beaver go dry. Yeah. I can't believe you guys let me get away with this type of humor, but I love you for letting me. Uh, Kids and Cubs, because democracy is something that you do, please pay attention if you are in Nova Scotia, because you do have a provincial election coming up. Research your candidates, help one that you like in particular, make a plan to vote, and make sure that you tell people that you're going to vote and bring someone with you. Words of wisdom. All about the love, babies. It's all about the love. Yeah, I got myself a good one. This happens. And we are going to have wonderful food. He's going to have wonderful surprises. I actually didn't hide the flowers. Good thing he didn't come into the living room. So, oh yeah, great. Here, I can hide it under there we go. Right here. See? Great plank. Just go. There we go. All right. So yeah, it's all about the love. If you got anybody in your life that you love, it doesn't have to be romantic love, right? Just someone that you appreciate or you like hanging around with, or they just make your day brighter. Let them know. Let them know you love them, right? Before it's too late. Right? Kind of a weird day, finding out that a friend passed away, and then celebrating my love for my sweetie at the same time. Um, it's one of those. There's this and there's this day. There's stuff to be learned and appreciated from both. All right. So let someone that you love know that you love them, that they mean a lot to you. Wow, there's already a touchdown in the other match. So they hadn't even started yet when I checked in on the score. That is really, really quick. Somebody has got to be super efficient here. Well, let's see if it's the Bombers or the Riders. It is. Well, that's very interesting because on my feed, it doesn't show up yet. Huh. They must be. Oh, there right here is Winnipeg Blue Bombers right there. It just showed up. There's the 6 points. All right. Well, that's got to make Kit Cassie rather happy, and our Kits from Saskatchewan a little less so. All right, Kits and Cubs, that is all I have for you today. So I am going to cue the cock, and I am probably definitely going to do this the wrong way because this is PubCast and not morning show, and I'm sure that we have specific graphics for PubCast that I do not know what they are. Sadly. So I will end it morning show style. But thank you so much for joining us today. And we will see you on Monday for our regular show. Gros bisous.
You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Misfit Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, their uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community, and the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from farm-fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. We are grateful to the Crier Media Network for its support, Pete Jarvis for our artwork, and Paul Joseph Something for our opening and closing sequence music.